Hello and welcome to ZaranTech. In today's digital world, mastering SAP ABAP is essential for developers seeking to create powerful applications within the SAP environment. Today, we're diving into the basics of SAP ABAP and exploring its object-oriented features. We'll unravel the fundamentals of SAP ABAP, focusing particularly on its object-oriented aspects. ABAP, short for Advanced Business Application Programming, is the primary language used for customizing SAP applications. Understanding its object-oriented principles is crucial for building robust, scalable, and maintainable solutions within the SAP ecosystem. 77% of Fortune 500 companies use SAP for efficiency and innovation. Proficiency in SAP ABAP, especially in object-oriented programming, is in high demand. Mastering ABAP opens doors for developers, consultants, and analysts, enabling tailored solutions that optimize operations, improve user experiences, and drive digital transformation. Understanding ABAP shapes the future of enterprise software. In this course, we'll cover all you need to kickstart your SAP ABAP and object-oriented programming journey. From ABAP syntax basics to object orientation principles, each lesson builds on the last, equipping you to excel in SAP development. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. Agenda: 1. ABAP Basics. 2. Report and function modules. 3. ABAP on HANA Basics. 4. Debugging techniques. 5. Creating local classes. Let's dive in.
So this is our basic first course from module 1, nothing but SAP ABAP course. We will discuss about the basics of the SAP ABAP. So before that, we have a little disclaimer where all the copyrights issues and the images and examples. And here today we are going to discuss about the packages, ABAP dictionary, and message class, if time permits. If not, we will continue tomorrow. Yeah, so currently for maybe today and tomorrow, we are going to discuss about the basic foundation of SAP ABAP. Please listen carefully so that it will be helpful for you to understand the further classes. So what is SAP? SAP is an ERP. So can someone tell me what is ERP?
Yeah, the ERP contains the employee data like the personal data of the employee and bank details, the data related to the employees. That is the ERP.
Yes, great. So it's nothing but enterprise resource planning, including the HR details and all. It has many infrastructures for a company. For example, if we take Flipkart as a company, so it has material management details. So how do they manage their own materials from the warehouses, logistics, so housekeeping, the keeping of the office building which is in India, or else customer care, or paying the salary, or how do they move, how do they get to know if the product is out of the stock or near to out of the stock. So such kind of all the details should be planned before for an organization. They cannot write in an Excel sheet or a ledger book, right? So for currently, so every company, every well-established company is having an ERP. For example, SAP is an ERP, Oracle is an ERP, JD Edwards is an ERP. So leading, we hear about Oracle and SAP, so nothing but these two are competitors. So SAP is an ERP. So what is SAP? Systems, applications, and product for data processing. This was established in 1972 by 5 colleagues from IBM. So they were colleagues, they have come out from IBM and they have started doing something, and they shown us that SAP mostly runs on licensing. So how do they generate? So that's a multi-billion company. How do they get revenue? Nothing but they sell this SAP product to their customers. Let's say Coca-Cola, let's say Pepsi, let's say Britannia. They have SAP installed currently. So they use SAP software for each and every subscription basis. Like we have a couple of music apps that we do subscribe for every month or for every year, the same way. So they get money out of this licensing. SAP has 93 plus modules like MM, material management, SD, HR, PP, etc. Like HR is nothing but someone told me. HR human resources, PP production planning, MM material management. How do they handle the material? HR nothing but how do I pay you salary? How do you apply for a leave? Who is your manager? Who are your colleagues and etc. Such kind of details can be easily helpful for our coding. So for all these modules, our ABAP code is the backend. Whatever you do, that should be on ABAP itself. Let's say SAP has given another new module. Nothing but that should be also in ABAP itself. Nothing but we do, and ultimately we name it as some other ABC module. So SAP ABAP is mostly on C, C++, and ABAP 4. Nothing but ABAP is built on the C, C++, ABAP 4, but we use only ABAP statements. 4 is nothing but 4th generation language. What is 4th generation language? It is the statement. Like if you see some Java or C++, we have curly brackets. It is little difficult to understand other languages. But if you are using /4, if nothing but if you are using 4th generation language, most of them are English-like languages, English-like statements itself, like come, go, here, move, insert, update. That kind of statements will be there. So the basic one, what is an SAP? What is architecture of SAP? Here we call it as R3 architecture. So you must understand the further courses, where are we going to work on, whether it's presentation layer, application layer, or database layer. So most of you would have heard what is database. It's nothing but whatever the details we save. Let's say our phone has a lot of contacts from A to Z. So that should be stored in some database, right? So this is nothing but database. So how do we manage them? If we are inquiring one contact, so that should be retrieved, right? So that is nothing but database management system. And something called we have application server and something called we have presentation server. So we will be working on presentation layer and we will fetch all the details from application layer and database layer.
No, here, next slide, we are talking about tier 3 architecture, right? R3.
Yes.
So if we take R2 and then that will be like presentation layer and then application layer will be one system and then this database is separate, right? So what is the disadvantage there and then what advantage we are getting?
Yeah, earlier they used to have R1 architecture itself during 1970s.
Yes.
Then,
yes.
Yeah, after the SAP has evolved with many latest trending markets, they gave R2 and later R3. So nothing but they would have combined some database and application layer 1 and presentation layer 1, and later they have separated presentation, application, and database. The problem with the previous versions were like handling database, getting all such kind of millions of records into the application layer and processing for one record was little stomach pain.
Okay.
Right. So just to keep it separate, and whatever you want, you query that itself, so that will be very effective on performance. So this is our ABAP package. Nothing but whatever the work you do, whatever the objects you create, so they will be stored in one place. Let's say your employee name, and under that all your objects. Let's say database tables. Let's say ABC, some other stuff. So that should be under that package. That will be under that package itself. So in terms of technically, if I speak, so it's the repository object of an ABAP backend system. What is repository objects then? Nothing but the tables, structures, work classes, reports, programs, whatever it is. They are all repository objects and they are all coming under package itself. So how do you create a package? So I will show you how do we create a package now. Before to that, so this is SAP logon pad we call. We have this system. You double click on that. Currently we are in S4H system and 100 client. So maybe you can also try the activities in S4H 100 client itself. Okay, I will tell you what to be done in later cases. So here, this is the part where you give all your transactions. Maybe if you are having some book, or you can maintain all the transactions while we are discussing. SC91 is the transaction code for message classes, to create message class. So SAP has given a naming space where we can use Z character or Y character and our name. So you cannot start your object spaces with any other letter apart from Z or Y, because SAP has used most of the letters starting with other letters except Z or Y, and they have left Z or Y to us to create our own custom repository objects. Let's say zprof underscore pkg is my package name. And for you guys, you also need to create a package after logging into the system. Instead of prof, you maintain your employee ID and underscore pkg. You take care of the name number of characters that should be given for this message class, and you can maintain a meaningful package name, and that should start with letter Z or Y itself. And whatever the activities that we do in coming days, so that should be done only in this package itself. So this is create, I have created. So testing the package. So this is the package name that I'm going to use, and this tab and this menu bar and all these menu icons will be mostly same in every transaction and in every module, and this heading as well. So these icons are consistently maintained for their own purpose. So let's say the attributes, whatever we can see here, it will tell you as S4H ABAP 00. This is my username. So for example, if you have a username in this system, and if you have created your package, so you will be able to see your last change. So nothing but whatever the activities you do, that can be tracked out. And this is the date and change that, and some original language and short description. So what you do, you just save it. SC21, it's a test package. So as you see, I have no authorization to create a package. So these authorizations are handled in some other transactions, which I will tell it to you later. But so currently for my user, S4H ABAP 00 doesn't have any authorization to create a package. You guys can check whether you have an access to create your own package, and let me know tomorrow. If not, I will talk to the admin. So currently, after create, and if you save that, so that will be saved out. The package transaction is C21. In these packages, so we have local packages and custom packages. So far, the name which we have given, like zprof underscore pkj or yprof underscore pkj, so they are coming under custom packages, because I am starting the letter with Z or Y. And we are also having local packages. I will tell it to you now. I will show this data dictionary thing, and I will save this data dictionary in this local package, so that in one shot I will be able to make you understand two things. A data dictionary is nothing but a system independent interface to a database. So nothing but in the R3 architecture, we are not directly working on database. We are working in application system, and we are taking the complete copy of a database. Nothing but not the data, only the structure. Let's say as far as the context is like first name, last name, birthday, nickname, and etc. We are only taking all that template itself. So dictionary is nothing but a system independent interface to a database, nothing but a virtual database itself. It's a complete interface. So see here, it's a database, but we are not working on database. We are taking the copy of that. So these are the regular transaction codes for working on data dictionary. Maybe you can take a note of it since we are not recording this. So these are the regular transactions that we are going to use in daily basis if we are handling data dictionary objects. So basic data dictionary objects. So in that we have a couple of terms called table, field, data element, and domain. So I will show you the basic table and I will make you understand what is this. You forgot about this VBAK table for time being. So this table is belonging to sales. As I told you, SD module. So SD module will have a life cycle, like from user till they sell the product. So there are a lot of people, a lot of structures are being involved in this structure, in this SD. So so to handle all of them, we have a lot of tables. And same goes with MM, same goes with HR. If so let's say I take an example of HR itself for every time. So it's an employee should get salary. An employee should apply for a leave. That should be approved. He has to go vacation. He has to go to some project work to another country. So all this will be involved a lot of stuff, right? So that everything will be involved. Will be having a couple of tables. We need to remember them. Then only we will be called as an expertise in that respective module. So this is the VBAK table. So if you have a little glance, this table is a transparent table. There are, because why I'm mentioning, because there are a couple of different categories of tables. So in that we have one respective table called transparent table, and this is the description. This letter is starting with not with Z or Y, because nothing but this is the standard one. Standard meaning you are not supposed to touch it. You're not supposed to go and edit this. It will create a lot of consistencies and it will create problem for our batch itself. Yes. So we have, these are all fields like MA, NDT, VBL, and etc. Like first name, last name, nickname, date of birth, etc., etc. And we have something called key and initial values. This is initial values, and something called, we have data elements, and we have something called data types. Let's say if we are taking ERDAT, it says date on which the record was created, nothing but a description. A meaningful technical description will be given for data element, nothing but DATS. It's nothing but date. So we will have something called data element, which you need to remember in your daily life. And if I click on that data element, double click on data element, you will see that respective data element, nothing but ERDAT. Okay. For example, let's go to the attributes tab. See who has created this. SAP has created this. This is in under package BGL. If you double click on that, you will be again navigated to SE21 transaction, and you will be able to see what are all packages coming under, what are objects coming under BGL. See who is responsible for this. You will be able to see all the stuff. And we have data type, nothing but datum. We will not give something called DAT, date itself, or time. We have some specific naming, other names for domains, for the dates and times. So here DATUM is our domain name for this ERDAT. Okay, so datum is having DATS as type, data type, and length. Like maybe most of you are aware of some kind of data types like numeric, character, string, integer, floats. Same thing is here also. For even if you go to any other language apart from ABAP language, you will be seeing some data types. Maybe not with like DATs, but with some other thing. But the meaning is for date itself. Yes, so here this is nothing but data element, and we have gone to domain. Let's say we are going to ERNAM data element. Here this is data element is ERNAM, and this is for a name of responsible person. And here we have USNAM as a domain. If you again further double click on that, you will see something called properties. you will see something called definition and value range. If you scroll it down, you have nothing. So I will tell you what is domain and what is data element in our, I will create one database table now. In this domain called maintainable, if I am scrolling it down, you'll also see something called value table. You just remember all these terms. We will also do this thing in our custom database table. See here, value table, you have something called intervals. You have something called fixed values. As if we go to our slide, a field like VBELN will be using a data element, and data element will be used in domain. And I mean, domain you will use data element, and data element is nothing but in field. So here, what is domain? Technically, if I speak, so what is a field is nothing but how many characters do we need? A little technical description. Technical description is nothing but a field to identify the exact row. And what is a data element? Data element nothing but a precise meaning we will give, like DATUM, name. I mean nothing, a little meaning to define, so that we will have data types. And what is domain? A domain is used for the technical definition of a table. Here, if you see definition, CLNT, and it is accepting only 3 characters. This is nothing but domain. But we will also see the data element thing and also CLNT and 3 here. Nothing but in this domain, the data element is having a domain inside that, and domain is having MA entity as domain, client as data type, which is having 3 characters. This will accept only 3 characters. Any questions so far?
Every transparent table is a standard table, or it's not started with Z or Y or something else?
Transparent table will start with all the characters. If you are using Z or Y, it's nothing but our own custom database table in transparent table. This is also transparent table, but this is standard transparent table.
Okay.
Standard nothing but SAP has created that.
And we can start with Z and Y also, transparent table. Oh.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay.
Say whatever SAP has done so far, except Z or Y, we can also do that. Okay. So here, let's say, as I told you, there are a couple of fixed values, intervals in domain, right? Like, for example, we can restrict the domain values. If I'm using that respective domain, I can restrict the user with respective couple of values itself. Let's say in the city, I want to mention only couple of, let's say 4 to 5 places, not all the places which are in India. So that domain can be used by a data element. Okay, I can have multiple data elements, I can have multiple domains, but one data element can use multiple domains. I will show it in the file in the demo. So like this, if you see specifying values, ranges for domain, and the domain name is S_class, I can have fixed values like business class or first class, and I can also have these values in a table. I'll quickly show how to create a table. Yes, /n SE11 is the transaction. Okay, let's say zprof_ EMP is my table name. We need to discuss all these radio buttons. These are called nothing but radio buttons. We need to discuss them. So firstly, zprof_ EMP and create. So employee basic details. Okay. So here, before we create a database table, we will have some couple of technical terms. Nothing but something called delivery class. If you see that button, nothing but we have some F4 option, which is nothing but we can take some help from all the existing values. We cannot give any other value apart from this here. So since this is our customized table, we are giving C and maintenance allowed with restrictions, maintenance allowed I'm giving. And here I'm giving fields. Okay. Here the fields, nothing but I'm giving ID, employee, let's say EMP ID I'm giving. Here key is nothing but this is the key field. Employee ID is the key field and employee ID is a key field and initial values. Force not null, so it will not accept any null values. So I'm checking this also, and let's say I am what do we do? So let's say I'm giving some basic one built-in types. Character I'm giving, and let's say employee ID. Let's say I'm having 8 characters, and I give employee ID. Okay, so this is what the table I'm creating, and I'm having a field name. And you try to save that. See, you will be asked for a package. Whatever you do, that should be under in one package. A couple of minutes back, I have told you about how to create a package, custom package. Now this is a local package. If you are not having any access to create a custom package, for time being, you can put all your repository objects in the local package. So nothing but local object, or else I can straight away put $tmp, temporary thing, and I'm saving it. See, it's been saved. The difference between local package and custom package, because this is the development system. Let's assume this is the development system. You are doing all your development activities in S4H system, and let's say I'm having one more system called S4P, nothing but production system. Directly the client is logging into that system, and the client is using that system to do his activities. So you cannot directly straight away go and make your changes, right? Because till that time the system will be down, and that will be their business will be impacted for that much of time. So that just to avoid them, we'll put all our objects in a package, and straight away we'll directly move them from S4H to S4P. So that I'm not giving any downtime to that person, to the client. Maybe some minutes of time just to import this package to that system. So nothing but I'm decreasing their downtime time. So currently it is in saved state, and still this is in new state. Whenever you create an object, that should not be in new state. That should be in active state. So I'm activating it now. So before activating it will take care of some basic preliminary declarations that should be done. So let's say, since I have not done these kind of configurations and I have done activation, so it is asked. So let's say data class I am having. So these are all the types of data classes. And let's say this is my master data. For an employee ID is the master data. Employee name is the master data. So we can distinguish what is the master data and what is not master data. So the first table is mostly the master data. And I'm also having something called size category. And since you are seeing this class icon, you can click on that, or else you can directly give F4 from your keyboard. So as a developer, you need to talk to your other colleagues, and you need to understand how many records would be there in this table, so that you can check for the right size category. So I'm assuming, let's say this company will have 38,000 employees around maximum, and I will extend it on base-to-base categories. And here you are having some database. So you are having DB specific properties, nothing but.
Vishal, this side. So
yes,
actually,
please tell me.
Yeah, we are taking the size category as 0, like for the 38,000 record. Okay. So can't we insert after 38,000?
You can insert, So as I said, if your company, if your records are extended with 38,000, and from 38,001, SAP will take care automatically, and it will change its size category to 1. If you are seeing this warning, you can ignore this, and you can straight away put enter on your keyboard. It will be overridden. And go back. This is the back button. This is exit button. And this is cancel button. We will deal about all the buttons and all the options and buttons on the case-to-case basis. So if you see warnings occur during activation, this is quite normal. You can ignore them. If you are seeing errors occur during activation, so you have to take care of that. Now, this is in active state, right? Oh, okay. So we have created an employee ID. We have created a character. Now, if I need to go and create the records for this table, I'm having an employee ID and say 1234. Go to 1234, 1234, 1234, and I'm saving this. Whatever the message, either success or error or warning or information messages, will be seen here. So record successfully created. Now you go back, or else you can straight away put F3 from your keyboard. So I need to see these records now. So to see these records, Control Shift F10, or else you can directly go here. This is nothing but a browser screen for this respective database table. You will directly go to execute. See here, your employee ID is created, and here you can see refresh button. If you refresh, and if you are expecting some other latest changes, you can also make a refresh. Yes. So this is the basic table creation, but our intention we were talking about was data element and domain. So I will create it now. So far we have created a built-in data type, nothing but I'm straight away taking characters, numerics, integers, etc. And if you see the data, let it give me a second. It is taking time. Okay. See here, EMP ID is nothing but it is taking the technical name. I also gave employee ID, but it has taken technical name. So let's say if a client might not have an SAP knowledge, so he will not be able to understand what would be EMP ID is. So we need to take care of all of such minute things. Okay. So I will again go to S11. I will create data element. I will create domain. I will use them here in my database table. Okay. So I'm going back. This is my home screen. Say I gave S11, it will go here. Instead of going back and again giving S11, I will add /n before to any transaction. I will add /n to any transaction. And I will give enter or else this button. It will refresh. Let's say if I'm at this screen, and I will take care of. I will put SC11 /n SC11. It will go back to the home screen. I mean, it will go to the respective transaction screen. Okay. Yes. So here I'm giving data type. So let's say zprof underscore EMP ID is my data element. Let's say I'm creating the button. So here we will talk about all these data buttons later. So the Z data element. Here employee ID. I'm writing data element for your understanding, but no need of writing data element explicitly in the description. Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry for that. First, we need to create a domain. Employee ID underscore BO. Let's see if it accepts or not. Yeah, it accepts. Employee ID domain. So employee ID, how many characters should it have? Because I don't know how many characters should I have? Should I need? So these are all possible things. Let's say I am putting character, and let's say I am putting 8. That's all. So I'm saving this in a package. The status is new, so I need to activate, or else Control F3. Yeah, okay, this is in this one, so that nothing but I can use this. If it is new or any other state, we cannot use that. So I will copy this domain. I will put data element here. Data element. Employee ID. Data element. I am putting that domain here, and I will just give an enter. See that employee ID domain description is coming here again. See character 8 and etc. And the status is new, so I'm maintain. It says field maintain field label. So here main employee ID I will give. Employee ID. You need to give meaningful descriptions. So nothing but if it is short, because I can adjust, I can resize my column size. So based upon that, if it is how many characters, how much description should I show? Let's say if I'm quite moving it to very short, the column, I might show EMP itself. So for that cases, I'm doing employee ID, and you give an enter. Okay, and you say activate that. For every change, you have to activate. Yes. So this is my. So far I have created my data element and domain. Now I'm coming back to my database table, and since it's already there, I can directly change it. If I need to only view it, I can go for display it. So now I want to change that. Okay. So built-in types, what built-in types? Okay. So here the data element I need to give. D is nothing but data element. And now again I'm activating it. Warnings, as I said, you can ignore that. From the browser screen, I'm activating it. Okay, it is still getting employee ID. Okay. So yeah, I will change the description in the browser screen later. And yeah, I need to tell you one more thing. This is the selection screen. I'm a browser screen. Here, you can, if you want to see all the employee details, you can execute there. If you want to see how many entries, you can see number of entries here. And you can also put the range from select single values or select ranges. If you want to see only one respective value or select ranges, or if you want to exclude couple of ranges, so you can do that, and you can simply execute that and again execute that. So that respective filter will be applied on your content of the table. And now I'm going back. You can do escape or F3 from your keyboard. Let's say, yeah, I'm giving gender for this employee ID gender. Gender is not a key for me. So let's say I am having gender keyword. So oh yeah, and I also need to tell you, if you want to open a new screen, /o SC11. /n SC11 is for close that screen. /o SC11 is to open that new screen, and this screen will not be hampered anyway. /o SC11, and I gave double click. So if you see, this screen is already there, and now I'm at another new screen. Here, data type, Z employee ID underscore gender underscore D. I created this. Gender. I need to create domain first. Gender. Or else I'll create this. Gender. Say character. Say number of characters are 5. Okay. And here I'm going for value range. Here we have fixed ranges of gender. So let's say fixed value is M, male, F, female. He can, because I want the user to restrict this input fields. He cannot give beyond male or female or other genders. So I want only to enter these genders. Okay. Similarly, maybe you can explore these intervals, or lower limit and upper limit. Let's say 1 to 100. Only that will be accepted. You cannot give, if you are going for single values, you cannot give 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 till 100, right? So to do that activity, you can give an interval. So from 1 to 100. Okay. And there is also one more option called value table. Nothing but Vishal has created a table. He has created a couple of entries in that respective table with contents. So he wants to restrict only that entries from that table. Then he can put that table itself here. So as a value table. Nothing but that this respective domain will be the entries will be seen only from this respective table itself. Now I have activated zprof underscore gender. Okay. Zprof underscore gender underscore D. I need to reuse this. Create data element gender. I gave description, so it comes here. And I give field label as gender. And I am activating this. Okay. Yeah. So since I have told you to active, this button is for activation. So just for time, saving some time, I'm not activating by clicking the button. I'm directly going with the keyboard functions. So this is for back button. I will be pressing F3 or escape button from my keyboard. Enter. So now I'm saving this. This is an inactive state. Even if you use this zprof underscore emp somewhere, like in your programs, the latest changes will not be coming up. So for that, currently if it is inactive state or any other state except active state, nothing but it's in buffer state. So you cannot use buffer contents or buffer structures. You have to use only active state structures. So this is what, and now I want to create because the structure have changed, right? So I need to create the contents again. So employee ID, I'm creating 1, 2, 3, 4. Gender, I'm here, I'm giving. See, I can either choose male or female. And if I'm doing K, it says enter a valid value. Did we take care of this message? No. SAP has taken care of that. Nothing but if from the domain any wrong value has come except the accepted values, so automatically enter a valid message will be coming up. So as I told a couple of minutes back, SAP has achieved this message here, right? So we can also do that. We can also put our custom logics. So let's say if the user has given K, still you don't want to raise a error message. You want to show some message here like a pop-up, or you want to change this description or its color. You can do that. Because being a developer, it should be possible from our end. So as I told, the domain S class, here it is a domain name. So for us it was gender. I gave I gave male or female as values, and we can also use some value table. Nothing but from other table, you can use another table in our table itself.
field label, there are 4 things like short, medium, long. What is those things?
Okay.
And there are some values automatically there.
No. If you adjust them, if you adjust the table content from here, if you adjust the table content, yeah. So since we are having two fields itself, it is not quite effective. But if you're having multiple columns, like till the end of the screen, and if you want to see 20 columns at a time, you will be able to minimize it like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even if you minimize that column size, you have to see some meaningful description, right? Like instead of employee ID, you have to see at least employee or at least ID. Yeah, for the respective gender, if you you need to see at least G. If I am minimizing the screen, so such kind of tactics can be achieved with that.
That means when the field size is like decreasing, based on the size, it's taking the value from that field label.
Correct. Okay, so this is a screen which I don't need to explain because I have already shown to you.
Can you show me this one, this value table one?
You go to value range. Here you scroll down. Here it is value table, right? Here, if I have created any other value table or a custom one, I can directly put that table here itself. Currently, if for this domain, I'm restricting only values like male and female, right? So, but my use case is I have one more table. I only need to show that entries, not these fixed values or not these intervals.
That means foreign key relationship.
Not foreign key relationship. This is not foreign key relationship.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you are having some table name, some address or some other table, let's say these are all existing tables in this system.
Okay.
I can directly use this table. Okay. I can use this table and yeah. So if you use this domain in the respective table, you will see only F4 entries of this respective table.
Okay, it's taking from the when you click on F4, it's taking from the particular table data. When you are going on F4L.
Yes. Yeah. So as an activity, you can try because I have told fixed values. Maybe I have an exam assignment for you guys to create couple of tables. So maybe you can explore that. So as I said, is having interdependency. I can choose. Let's say I am having a city. Let's say I am having cities like Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Mumbai. I don't want to give any other values. But as a flight, as a business logic for a flight company, the user should choose departure, city, and from city and to city. So for these two cities, he has to choose only from the domain value, nothing but from either Mumbai, Hyderabad, or Bangalore, right? So I can give two values, like let's say Hyderabad here, and I can give Bangalore here, but the domain is single one value itself. I can have two elements like s underscore from underscore and 2 underscore city. Two data elements, but I'm accessing only one domain, and I can have values from this domain itself. So as I told you, like this table, so this is the SCAR table. So I will show you some standard table now. This is a standard table, which generally we prefer for any demo system. So see here, this MANDT, CAR ID, there are a couple of tables. I will tell you about this is some special field. I will tell you. Maybe I can tell it straight away here itself. MANDT field will hold this 100 number. If I'm having 200 number, and if I'm executing that, I will be able to, this is nothing but I'm saving a client number in this respective table. This is 100, CAR ID, CAR name, USD, and some descriptions. Okay, so this is some basic standard table. You can check this SCAR, or else you will also have a standard table called flight. And this is a transparent table. You execute this. You can also check for the technical settings, for the delivery class, for the data class, and etc. for the standard tables also. Currently this is restricted with 200 entries. I can just remove this maximum number of hits, so that I can see there are 356 entries currently in this table. Yes. So
MNDT is not a mandatory field, right? For customizing tables. Suppose if I'm going to create a customizing table, it's not mandatory, right? I can ignore that.
yeah, it's a case to case basis. The MNDT field is having a lot of importance because
Okay.
if you're not putting MNDT field for your table,
Okay.
then under S4H system there might be lot of clients. Currently this is 100 client, right?
Okay.
The same
Yes.
way we will have n number of clients. If you don't put client number, nothing but you will be able to see this data in all the clients. For example, if your requirement is not to show all this data in other clients under the same
Okay.
system, then you need to put the mandatory field.
Okay. It is restricting that based on the
Correct.
mandatory as a system that value 100.
Correct.
Client
Correct. You are making that system. You are making the client dependent or client independent.
Okay.
Okay. So this is some example, and here you can see some couple of options. Let's say I want to see how much it is. Let's say payment sum. What could be the next one? Here I can do, and I am taking the sum. Did I implement these buttons? No. SAP has done already this one. So I can take the sum directly. So since this is achievable from SAP, this can be done from our end also. We need to do some logics for that. So currently I can make the sum, or else I can create all these entries from here itself. I can put all these entries in a spreadsheet. I can do some calculations. So these are all possible from SAP's menu buttons itself. Yes. So now here we come with the foreign key relationship. That buffering is mainly for if you are having millions of records, and if you're using HANA database, or if you're not using HANA database, you are aware of HANA, right? There's something called HANA database, something called Oracle database. So based upon the usage of the database table,
Okay.
like based upon the usage of the table, if you're using frequently or if you're using once in a while in a month, depending upon that frequency, we can put buffering cases.
There is one more also there in the can you open that setting? The delivery and maintenance, not this one. Here we are given
Yes,
this
tell me.
table view editing. We are given like display and then maintenance allowed. There's options, right? Like why we select this option? Why not other?
We can do that. It's depending upon our usage. So for a demo purpose, I have chosen maintenance allowed. If you are using display or maintenance not allowed, you will not be able to maintain these entries.
That means display allowed means it will only show whatever data is there. The display / maintenance not allowed means what is the
It is not allowed.
Even it won't show. Is it?
See, the last option is nothing but only display allowed. You will be able to see only display. You'll only see the entries. Okay. And the last but one, you will not be able to see. You will not be able to maintain. Based upon the authorizations, it works actually. Your employee ID, your user ID, and these restrictions will matter here. For demo purpose, I have done this. Maybe you guys can explore all the other options, like how it behaves in the different options.
What about the first option with restrictions?
It depends upon the profile case, like for whatever the authorizations you have for your user. Because we are in developer system, so we will have all the developer activities. We will not see much effect on these entries. But if you are given the system to other person, and if you are restricting that user, because that user shouldn't do some other activities which we are doing, so then these options will make matter.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the authorizations for your respective user, so hence you can give it a try. Maybe it works for you.
There are 3 options. So how do we decide which one we have to choose for a table?
So currently, if the database is a HANA database, or else Oracle database, or else MaxDB database, so depending upon the database type and depending upon the retrieval of the data from the database, we have to choose these options. Okay, so DB specific property is nothing but it depends upon the database that we use. So if you are having a numeric numeric fields in our table, and if you want to make a lot of calculations, so that then depending upon the fields, we can choose either column or row store. Row store is nothing but in Oracle DB or in earlier, in a couple of maybe 3-4 years back, we used to use row store. But if you are having HANA database, then we can use column store just for performance based. And if you are using undefined, it's nothing but we are leaving it to the database itself. Just to we are leaving it to the database to choose what kind of storage type it is needed. So I am using Z employee underscore BG. Nothing but I am creating one more table now, and I am saying blood group details, and here I'm maintaining C, and here I'm maintaining same ID. Can anyone remember the data element name which we used? If not, we can use some backspace, then we can see what data element we have used earlier, or else previously it will give suggestions. And here if I see group BGROUP as my name, in my built-in, I don't want to create a data element now. So here character, and I'm giving some 4 characters. Here as a some activity you can, if you want to do, you can restrict blood group with couple of details. I'm giving blood group. It is in local package. You can give space bar just to see the previous options, previous used options. If you are getting errors while you are activating any respective table, you can thoroughly read what the SAP is saying, and you can make the changes to clear that respective errors. So now it is activated. Now we are maintaining. Before we start, let me explain you the foreign key relationship. So here we have a table.
Yeah, how many primary key this table can have in SAP?
As many as you need.
There is no restriction. Like 10,
there is
15.
no restriction, but yeah, but if you are using that many number of primary keys, nothing but you haven't optimized your database table effectively.
Okay.
You have to minimize your primary keys.
Okay.
It accepts, but it's not suggestible.
Okay, means it is acceptable. Multiple primary keys.
It is acceptable. Yeah. So here, nothing but foreign key relationship. Maybe from your basics academics, you would have understood. Just to put some foreign key relationship. So nothing but, so if I'm having two tables, let's say this is table 1 and table 2, and plain type, I'm having a field called plain type, and I'm having a plain type in two tables. So I'm giving foreign key relationship between these two tables. So nothing but any new entry cannot be accepted in table 2. Whatever the entry it is there in table 1, that will be only seen under table 2. So this is currently we are going to achieve this now. So I am at BG, nothing but blood group. I will make a foreign key relationship with the first table. So this is foreign key relationship. Here I forgot the table name. Z prof underscore. Anybody remember table name?
G prof underscore employee EMP.
Okay. If you don't remember, you can directly give star mark. Okay. So far I remember Z prof, and I don't remember exactly the other characters. If you give star asterisk, and here I will tell you, it will tell you the table name. Okay. Then I will click on the create proposal. So here it says zprof employee ID. I will just extend this a little. Yes. So here my table name, this is my second table, and this is my check table. Okay. So here I'm doing this, and I'm copying it. See, it says some ID was applied, and I'm activating this because I want to see the latest changes. And here active table contents should give me the table creation. Yeah, somebody has it right. So data maintenance allowed current it's to me now. So
Yeah.
for the ID, I haven't given any entries, so it is giving even a F4 help here. This employee ID 1234 is coming from that respective table, the first table. So for whoever let's say in general terms, I have two tables. An employee ID is one table, and second table is blood group. So an employee ID cannot be a new, right? That should be an existing one. Then only I can give blood group for that person. So my table one should have an entry. That entries can only be accepted in the table 2. For that, this is the relationship. So we are maintaining 1 and 2 tables as a foreign key relationship. Here, blood group. Let's say I am giving B positive, and I'm saving this. If I am trying to give 1, 2, 3, 4, not 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm giving some other random entry, it says doesn't exist in zprof_emp, but we are in table zprof_bg. So this is the foreign key relationship.
Oh, means foreign key field is a primary key field in same table. Is it correct?
Yes, it should be primary key. So as I told in the beginning, there are a couple of tables like transparent table we have some other tables we have. So what are all those tables? We have something called transparent table. We have something called cluster table, pool table, and internal table. So for each transparent table, there is one associated table in the database. As I said, we are just working on the replica of the database table. So if you want to put this zprof_emp in the HANA database or in the Oracle database, you are creating a transparent table. So nothing but a copy will be directly sent to the database itself. There will be an association between these two copies. And what is cluster table? As you see, we generally we won't use scenarios like cluster or pool tables, but just to say cluster tables or pool tables, because currently in HANA database we don't use cluster and pool tables. They are obsolete in HANA database. But to give an overview, I'm saying that cluster tables are like nothing but a logical group tables. They used to use some kind of control data. Let's say a record is changed in one application. So I want to say in this table that this record is changed. Nothing but you mark it as a tick mark. Then again that application is changed. Again you mark this. You mark here as a uncheck box. You frequently update. You are frequently updating the time or data or date whenever you are accessing some other application. So this kind of control data, because this kind of control data we want to store. So that kind of data, if you have such kind of scenario, then you are having cluster table or pool table. Let's not discuss further about with cluster or pool table. This is anyway obsolete. You mainly focus on the transparent tables itself. So here we have, so far we have seen transparent table. Nothing but we have created a transparent table and you activate that. Database table will be created automatically in the backend. So now what is structure table? Something now we are going to discuss something called structure table. And again, this is coming under dictionary. So I'm going again back to the dictionary itself, SC11 itself. So here I am giving structure, maybe for your reference. Here we had selected earlier data element. Now I'm going with structure. Here you can see what it is, and here I'm giving employee structure. I can give employee ID here, and the typing method you can give. So currently for time being you can give this one, and let's say I'm giving gender here. Yep. For and I'm activating this. This is in my local package. You can ignore the warnings. So what I'm trying to say is, this is the structure, but you will not be able to see contents here. In the SC11 transaction, if I am going here and zprof_emp, you will be able to see some course contents, nothing but I can see whatever the data it is. But here in the structure, I cannot see the contents here. Then what is the use if you don't see the contents? This structure will be helpful in writing our in making our ABAP statements. The only difference between the structure and the transparent table is, database table is, we cannot see the contents. So as I have seen, we have dealt about the data class, some table categories, bufferings, and log data changes. Log data change is nothing but, I was getting some warning, right? That warning is used to record all your activities. Let's say you have deleted one record, or you have updated one record, you have modified some changes. So all of them will be recorded under your employee, under your user ID. So if you have made some inconsistencies, then I can see whoever have made that based upon the user ID of this respective system. So you can check more on the data class and size categories. Currently, no. So now this is the substructure now. So this is the substructure. We have something called how do we include a substructure in our database table. So we will be seeing now. So this is our structure. Now I want to go to my database table /OSC11 is to see the new one. In this database table, zprof_emp, here, indexes, translation, here, zprof_structure I'm including. So nothing but I'm including that structure in this table with .include from edit option. So whatever the fields there are there in that respective table will be coming here. I don't need of creating it again and again. You can use them, and you can. Oh, see here you are having some errors. Let's see. Field gender in table is specified twice. You understood the problem, right? Here I have gender, and my employee ID is also having gender. So that is why. Let's say I will make it as gender 1, and if I try to make it activate, just to make some difference, yeah, it is accepted and it is activated. I want to go back and I want to display, see here, employee ID and .include. If this is in this color, some light color, nothing but this one and this one is coming from the different structure, and gender 1 is coming from this table. I hope I'm clear. I'm just adding the other structure in this table, that's all. So before doing that, let me tell you the assignment. Hope you are able to see my screen. If it is possible, please take a screenshot of this. So you need to log into 100 client, and you have to create a package if it is possible, and you put your employee ID here and underscore your name. You put all your objects under your name, not in your friends package. And you have to create 3 tables with some relationship between them. Let's say table 1 is having some employee details, some ID, name, grade group. You can restrict these values, or else you can create some table 2 and you can put your address. And you can make foreign relationship between them, or else you can restrict addresses with some couple of fields. And you can, or else if you want to think innovative and if you want to create other tables based upon other scenarios, you can do that. But you have to create at least 10 records. so that we will further do our activities only on these 10 records and only on your tables. Maybe you can also use dot include structure. You can create a structure and you can include that structure also, and you can see if it is working for you or not. And you can also explore how maintenance is allowed or not, and buffering. Buffering you cannot check now. You can check how maintenance is allowed or not, and you can see the differences between data class and etc. Data class, size categories, and etc.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a component of object-oriented programming, OOP? Option A, inheritance. Option B, polymorphism. Option C, encapsulation. Option D, looping. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to become a pro at SAP ABAP Basics, ABAP OO, Object Orientation? Our course is your ticket. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will master SAP ABAP. It's like a toolkit for managing stuff, from getting enough products to sending them where they belong. We cover everything, from basics to fancy tricks. Our experts know their stuff. Your teachers, pros who have been at this forever. They are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Our students love it. Folks like you found our course super useful. And the best part? It's easy on your wallet. This learning opportunity is super affordable. Ready to ace SAP ABAP Basics, ABAP OO, Object Orientation? Sign up now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Okay, so this is the view. Like, for example, we had created table 1 and we have created table 2. There are a couple of fields in field A, B, C in table 1 and field A to some F, some other fields in table 2. So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to do a meaningful mix and match in one more table. For time being, I'm saying it as a table, but that is not table, that is view. So what happens in the real time? What is real time? The real time is meaning currently, if you are working on some other SAP related work, so that is nothing but real time. If you have worked in this SAP stuff itself in your college days, that is not real time. It is project time. So this is real time. So in your real time, we will have developers. So we are developers, and we also have functional consultants. We are called as development consultants, and we also have functional consultants. We are also called as technical consultants, both are the same. So what is functional consultants? SAP is what they do is they inquire with all the organizations. They try to inquire how they run their business. Let's say Flipkart, they will get to know how Flipkart is running their business, or they'll also get to know how Amazon is going to work in their business. They will also find the differences. They will also find the common similarities between them. So developing, so it will be easier for the developers or the other whoever works on SAP if SAP gives some standard coding from their end on these similarities, and what if they leave the differences. I hope you understood this point. They will code. They have given all the standard functionalities for the similarities, and they have left all the functional codings for the differences. For these differences, we developers need to fill it out, because these differences will differ from each and every company. For example, TCS will do some kind of activities for to pay the payroll, to pay the salary, and some other company will do a little different procedure for the salary. So they have given us feature to add our own stuff in between the standard stuff also. So mainly these views will be used by functional consultants. For example, as I said, we can use mix and match of two or many basic SAP tables, and we can do some other logics. Let's say I need some other output from 2 different tables. Say I only need genders of male from who is having salary between 30,000 to 50,000. For this, for developers, we need to write this piece of logic so that functional consultants or the end user can see his own requirement. But such kind of small things can also be handled with the help of the views. Why? Because we are mixing these tables. And as I said, these views are temporary storage, are having temporary storage. One second, I will show you. Yeah, you can see this, read this description. A view acts like a database table itself, but it will not occupy any storage space. It's like a completely a table, but it's virtual. It will not be in there some kind of database. You can make operations, but it's still in the virtual itself. You see the data, and once you go back, everything is cleared off. Say, for example, we have it's the same way we have 4 views, like database views, projection, search help views, and maintenance views. Most of the meaning of the views can be understood by the view name itself. For example, search help views. What is search help? As the name help says, if you do F4, you need to see some data. So that data can be seen with the help of search help. Actually, I had shown you F4 help for like domain value table. That is also one possibility, and this is also another possibility to restrict the user. And because if I have 2 tables, I have mixed it, I created one view. I need that view as my F4. Earlier, yesterday, what we did, we have created one domain, we have used this F4 functionality. But now I have 2 tables or multiple tables. I'm mixing it and I'm creating a view. I'm using this view in my report so that the user will see the output, like if I do F4 or some other data from this view, not from the 2 tables. So here, database view, let's say. Database is nothing but we can add 1 or more tables, and we can mix it well, and we can get one final product. As I said, let's say I need only males who are having 30,000 to 50,000 salary, or else female from 50,000 to 1 lakh salary. Such kind of logics can be easily dealt because we are mixing them, and we are also joining them with the inner outer conditions. Like I hope you are aware of conditions, join conditions. With the use of them, we'll be doing that. So for these views, no need of coding, but we should be aware of that. This is the extra tip. So as this point says, we can use the database views with OpenSQL and native SQL. Currently, whatever we deal, the select queries are OpenSQL. So what is native SQL? As I said yesterday, we are not working on database exactly. So that is why we are working. That is if we need to work on exact Oracle database, exact MaxDB database, we should need that respective SQL queries. Nothing but that native SQL queries. So ABAP developer is an independent developer with the SQL. So that is why whatever the database it is in the behind, we can use our own SQL. Then it will be OpenSQL. There are a couple of instances where we need to work on the database itself. Then there is slight change with the coding that we write. That will be under native SQL. That will come under SAP HANA. Currently, we are in SAP ABAP. So I will quickly show how do we see that. Can anyone tell me how do I log into DDIC if I need to create a database table or view?
SC11 we run the transaction.
Yes. And you can also view if you write my repository objects in some paper or somewhere. let's say for example this one, after you log into this system, you can also check this. You can also check my objects, and I can also check your objects, because we are under working same server. So this is the view. Let's say zprof underscore view one. So view one is my view. So here we see what all the views that I am going to create. So I say database view. So I say my first DB view. Here, if you see attributes will be the same common default tab wherever you go into the SAP world. Attribute tells you about which package, or else who has changed it. So as you see, you are having your own username, right? Let's say ABAP underscore 0012334. With that, we can check who has changed lastly. So this is today's date, and this is in English language. Package, once I give the package name, it will be, we can also see the last package details. So here, this is the table. As I said, database view is helpful for adding multiple tables, so we can add them. So let's say I gave zprof underscore emp, and I gave enter. And I also give, I don't remember the other table, so I do star, and I do F4. So I get that. So if I don't remember exactly, let's say Z star, I give Z PR star PG star. So the star is nothing but I don't know that. See, it gives the exact relevant one. We can give F4, or else you see some icon like exactly. Yeah, this is the F4. You can press that also. So for example, table, no fields are defined. So table is this. So for this, I remember a field ID. Here, this is for syntax check. I can, without before activating, I can see whether it's consistency or not. So these are warnings. I can ignore that. So now I can activate this just to change the status. As I said, warnings can be ignored. So here, let me show the data first. ID. Here, I can see the common entries between them. 1, 2, 3, 4 is my ID. So here, if you see attributes, I told you, table join conditions. What I'm doing, I'm trying to this employee ID from one table 1 is equal to employee ID of second table should match. And what do I need to see? I need to see ID. So this is what the easiness from the view. So for this we need to write. We used to write code, but now we are making an easy. If you see here is equal to condition, so we can do is equal to conditions, and we can see if they are equal. I mean, if whatever the entries are common in between these two tables, if it matches, then I need to show ID from these two tables. So for that, 1, 2, 3, 4 is employee ID is only the matched one. Here, maybe you can still explore with the further selection conditions. Let's say, as I said, a salary is less than 10,000 or more than 5,000. Such kind of operators can also be given from this operator. Let's say GT, LE, less than or equal to, greater than, like, is equal to, whatever selection conditions that are possible, you can give. If you have gender is equal to male and salary should be greater than 10,000, then only they need to you need to see the data. So such kind of and conditions can also be given from here, and or. Hope it is clear. Let me know any questions.
I have a question. Suppose these two tables are there. So I want to compare the values between the first table primary key and then foreign key of second table. And then I want to display all the entries of the table one. So is that possible to do? Or is it only show the common one?
It will show only common one. From you said from the table one you have ID, and from table two also.
Tables also we are having ID. Okay, I just
Same.
want to now yes, I want to match the entries which is present in the table two with the table one, and then I want to display all the data in the table one.
Yeah, it is possible. It is possible. So from the view fields, you can put all the fields whatever you need.
So here you're saying the giant. Okay, in the view fields, okay, I can mention the fields.
Yeah,
whichever I want to show
this is of EMP ID. Second table,
Okay.
some other field. Third table, some other field. You can show. But that table should be here. And if you are not using in table conditions, there is no need of showing another explicit table, right?
Yes.
So that should be under the conditions.
So that means like even if I want to show some fields in the table two also, I can select them in the view fields, right?
Correct. Since we are using in conditions, we can use them.
Okay.
Yeah, and the same way, for example, if you in the same way, there won't be much use with the views for us. So I'm just touching them. So let's say if you are having Z database view 2, and I give projection view. If you see here, there's little change. Projection view is just as a replica of the database table itself. Here you can add field names, and you can add your base table, and you can say some projection view, and here you can give only one base table and field names. That's all. The difference between projection view and database view is we can add multiple tables in database view, but in projection view it's simple, just an output of the contents, as I will also explain to you in the slide. A projection view contains exactly one table. There won't be multiple tables, unlike a database table. And the same way for search help, you can also explore that. So this table is mostly used for F4 help. If you like currently I have shown an output of 1, 2, 3, 4, right, with a couple of conditions. So if you need to see that data, not from table 1 and table 2, then you can use search help view. And yeah, search help view, 1 second. Yeah, I will tell you this slide in some moment. And maintenance view is also the same way, /n SC11. Let's say I create view 4, and I'm creating maintenance view. But here, whatever, you can also do the same activities, but as the name says, you can maintain the data. A maintenance view is used to maintain the data for an object. You can also maintain the data like editing, deleting, creating. So such kind of maintenance can also be possible, but this is not possible in the other views which I have told. So that is the short quick note from the basics of the views from the SAP views. So you can have an idea, but in real time we don't use these views much. So as I have been telling to you since yesterday about F4 help, nothing but what is in real time, where do we use F4? Like some kind of help where the user will need to know what are all the possible entries. So with the domain, we can give F4. We can do the same thing from what did I say? Search help views. We can use that, and we can see F4 help. And the same way, we can also achieve search with the search help. This is not view. This is not search help view. I need to remove that. You can remove this view. This is just search help. So in the search help, we have elementary search help and collective search help. So we have two views. Let's say this is my command prompt /n SC11. So here you can see search help. So Z prof underscore elementary search help I'm doing. As I told you, we have two views, elementary search help and collective search help. So I am creating it. So as I said, these are the two options. I am selecting elementary search help. So can anybody say what is collective search help then? As a random guess.
It's a single search help. Means collective means it's a combination of many search helps.
Correct. Correct. It's a combination of multiple tables.
Okay.
Yeah. So for example, if you see input help parameter we have, selection table we have, text table. We don't use these many stuff because we almost get this F4 help with the domains itself because it's very easy to do that. We don't do, but since we are an ABAP, ABAP developer, we need to understand whole world of ABAP. So let's say here we need to maintain the database table. Where do I do that? Here, let's say I gave an ID. This is importing and exporting. I say positions as 10 and some 30. There's no selection method. Selection method is nothing but this is the one. Okay. zprof underscore emp, I believe. Okay. So some conditions, there are a couple of conditions with values restrictions and all. So this position is to show that F4 pop up at such positions like 10 and 30, maybe here, 40 and 50, maybe here. So such kind of placing the window of F4 will be helpful. So that is where we take this. ID was not assigned a data element, not ID. I do Control F2. I do, and this is, as I said, this is for check. Before activating, you have to do first say you save it, then you check the control. I mean, you can check the syntax check, and then you activate that. So no inconsistencies found. So hence I am activating that. So object saved and activated. This is the message bar where we see all the statuses. So I need to execute this. I need to see whether this is working or not. You see this? We can test this. Input ready. So for example, you can click this. Here we can see our entries. For example, if I am putting couple of more entries, zprof underscore. Let me finish 1 second. 345 is one more employee ID. 980 is one more employee ID. 7766 is one more employee ID. 888 is one more employee ID. So whenever whatever the entries there are there in that table, so based upon this 10 and 30 position, I see this employee ID. Let's say I need 8875. I double clicked on it. After double clicking on it, I got that respective value, right? That is because of this importing and exporting. Since I double clicked on that, I have to capture that and I have to show it, right? If the case shouldn't be like 8875. So I copy and again I paste it. That's not the case. So I have to use F4 and double click on that, so that entry should directly come here. Yes. So let's say 8875. So this is not the exact purpose of using search help. We will use this search help somewhere else. All these DDICs are not straight away for the end user. Who is an end user? From Flipkart, for else a company called Coca-Cola, there will be an end user. They have installed SAP. So for them, they need to see. They will run SAP software. They will run SAP programs. So just to track their own requirements. So he is the end user. Coca-Cola is the end user here. Okay. So DDIC elements, whole DDIC elements / and SC11, whole DDIC elements will not be seen, will not be used by end user. This is for our purpose, for the developer purpose. So since we have mastered a couple of things from the SC11, I'm introducing one more transaction called SE38. Don't remember this as slash in SE38. This is simple SE38. I'm using slash n is to close that window and open the 38 transaction, the same window itself. Yes. So this is ABAP editor where the ABAP, wherever the end user will use these reports, not the DDK elements. Please keep that in mind. So I am creating my report with slash z zprof underscore. Let's say I will write one program one, I say. Not exactly program one. Hello, I say. Zprof underscore hello. So as I said, this is create operation. Title, hello world. Type should be executable. As I said, these are the attributes. So this is the person who is creating this particular report on this particular date. You can ignore the rest of the options. We will learn on the case-to-case basis. I'm saving that. So where should I put? If you have access to put your stuff in the local custom package, you can do that. Maybe you can check with your Spock, and the Spock will again talk to Zarin for creating custom packages for you. So I'm saving this. See, this is the report program. If you remember from yesterday's and today's classes, you have seen this button, this button, this button, right? And this is common, like go back, exit, and cancel, and this is save. So this is to execute. You can press F8 or else you can click on this button to see your output. So zprof hello, you don't change anything. You come, this shouldn't be touched. This shouldn't be modified at any cost. If you remove this, let's say if you remove at least a dot, and if you do a syntax check, the last statement is not complete, period missing. Most of the errors that we get are completely meaningful. It's simple statement of English. You can straight away read it and you can fix them. So it says period is missing. Then I'm putting dot. Okay. Now you do syntax check. It is gone. So always you should see no syntax errors found in report. This report. So for example, if I need to write my name on a page, and I need to ask this I need to ask this to someone to do this. So then what do I need to do? Write my name on a paper. So as I said, ABAP /4, fourth generation language, it's mostly like English-like statements. It's not like println or else system.out.println. No, it's not like that stuff. This is simple WRITE, right? And as you see, we are still getting, it gives suggestions also. You give WR and it gives you the necessary statement. If you need to use that suggestion, then you straight away press tab on your keyboard, or else you straight away write it. But for since you are at the beginning stage, you don't use auto suggestions. You keep manually writing it so that you will get a hands of it. So as I'm telling, write. Since this is the string, I'm putting it in quotes, and I say hello world, and I end with dot. Each and every statement should be filled up with dot at the end, so that the compiler will understand that that is the end for that respective line. If not, if I don't put a dot there, I can put here also at this line. So nothing but ABAP compiler will understand that right, the line number 8 is ended at line number 12. This is also good till it finds a dot. So even if you remove one apostrophe, it is turned to red color. So nothing but ABAP won't like red colors, so that's why it has shown a red syntax. So you have to you have to make it meaningful. So as I said, you save this and you syntax check, and then you activate it. Sometimes you will see a pop-up you also ignore that and you go away with enter itself. I will tell you what that pop saved, and I do syntax check and I'm activating this. So I want to see the output. You just execute this. If you see hello world. So hello world, this is the title. We can remove this. This is the title and this is the also title. We can remove them. So this is the hello world. This is our first basic report, where if I am giving to the end user, I will give this report. Okay. So this is the basic report, just a basic, complete basic report. So we have created help views, right? Search help views, right? So where do I use that? So I need to use that ABAP search help in my ABAP report. For example, if you need to show something on the screen, let's say, I will activate this. This is output screen. This is output screen. If I am restricting the user to give couple of selections, and based upon that selection, I need to show output, then that is selection screen. So what is selection screen? Selection screen is nothing but I'm asking user to give some input. Based upon that input, I'm showing the output. Hope it is clear. I'm not in simple terms, I'm not showing whole contact directory to you. Whatever you query, like mom or dad, I need to show only that. So that is the main funda for selection screen. So here currently we didn't put any selection screen, right? Because we don't need any user interaction for selection screen. That's why we didn't put. So now I need to, since I want to use this elementary search help in my report. So nothing but F4, nothing but selection screens, end user activity is needed. So that is why I use a keyword called parameters. Maybe you in your book, you maintain a page for transactions. In our daily life, we will see some transactions. Each and every day we'll see a new transaction. So you maintain that. It will be quick handy to you. And also you in a new page or in a new tab of Excel sheet, you maintain new statements or new syntaxes, so that will be really handy to you. So as I told you, the statement is parameters. Parameters is majorly meant for doing something on the selection screen. So so that is why I gave parameters statement, and here I gave ID. Let's say LV. LV is nothing but local variable. If you don't know what is variable, that is also fine. I'm just giving some meaningful name. Okay, ID help, or else I do EF4 ID F4 EMPID F4, and what was my data element? Somebody asked me where can we use? We can use everywhere this data elements. We can use data elements and domains in our reports. We can use complete DDIX in our reports. That is meant for that. Match code object. And what was our search help name? Search help name is zprof underscore element dot. So I do a syntax check if it is good or not. It says it can be only up to 8 characters long. So what I do EID. It's good. So nothing but this is for doing some interaction with selection screen. This is my local variable name. Don't get confused with this name. You can give your name also. It should be a meaningful name. Okay, because in our real time, we see thousands of lines, and if we don't give meaningful variable names, we get confused. So with this name itself, I say local variable employee ID. For this is used for F4 help. So that is clearly I can clearly understand with by seeing the name itself. So this is of type, what type? This is of what type? I want to show these details. And these are my this is my type, because that should be either character or integer or whatever it is, right? So I'm saying character 8. So for that, I'm using my data element itself straight away. So you can simply remove this. If you want to end that statement, as I said, you can put dot and you can remove this. You can remove that. So this is nothing but the statement, but I want to use search help for search help. So I'm saying match. In between this thing, you can give as much spaces as you want. That shouldn't be a problem. Okay. Okay. But shouldn't be tightly interacted. That will give. If it is in this color, it is nothing but it's an error. It's in blue color, it's good. Or else, if you want to know what are all the possible statements after some statements, after some lines, you can do control space. Please write it down. Control space from your keypad. Nothing but it will tell you all the possible cases. You cannot give some other value apart from this auto suggestions. So here what I did match code object. Okay, I selected match code object, and this is my search help name. And what I'm doing now, I'm activating it. This is activated, and I execute this. So this is my variable name, and here, what value do I need to give? I don't know what value do I need to give as user. So what I'm doing here, I am selecting some 345 number, nothing but, so I'm interrupting the user to give what value should be given before proceeding further. So I took this from the search help view itself. Okay, and after giving this, I can press F8. You understand my point, right? This is my selection screen. I executed this, and I'm showing the output now. Step 1 is selection screen. Step 2 is the output screen. If you see the code is flowing from top to the bottom, but selection screens are given priority because selection user will give some input, right? That is why this is given some value. This is given the priority. So for a meaningful understanding, I'm putting this right statement here. So first selection screen will be the priority, and then hello world. And then if I need to hello team, let's say. So what I'm trying to say is ABAP statements flow in an order from 1 to till the end line, and selection screens are given first priority. So I'm executing this. So I give some values, I don't give values, and then do that. So hello world, hello team. So this is the exact status, exact line by line order. That is how it executes. You cannot expect a line number 50th line to be executed first. So if you want to do that, you have to put in the first line itself. You have to, so that managing and calling the stuff is what we do. Okay, the dots we can put as many dots we want, but simply it expects at a minimum 1 dot as a typo. Typo is also fine with respect to the dots. Yeah, I'm expecting some questions from this because this is basic from our end.
Here you change the statement. The parameter is down. Initially, like hello world is up, right?
I didn't get it.
Oh,
No,
means
initially after the
wherever you added the parameters, it will take first one is a parameter only, right? As a priority.
Yeah,
then it will take the right statements.
Not right statement. Don't remember it as right statements. Apart from parameter statement, everything else is second priority.
Okay.
Because in our other activities, we will see a lot of statements. So it comes in an order 1 to 3 order itself, but first priority is parameters. Because selection screen is to be given, right? Then only it's not like you show the output, then you show the selection screen. It doesn't make sense, right? That's why.
And also have small doubt. In Fetch Help, you have checked the import and export parameters, right? On which basis, how we will check that import and export parameters? Or otherwise, for every ID, we will check both the things.
No. It's not exactly that. It's like catching that parameters. So in this, if you do F4 and if you need to capture that value, if you need to capture that double click value, and you have to capture that. So that for that you will need to do tick mark this importing and exporting parameters.
Yeah.
Let's say if in your F4 help you have some 10 values. You have double clicked on 1, 2, 3. Some fifth value. So that should come down to the bar, right? It should come down to the help, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So for that, importing and exporting parameters are needed. Yeah. As a developer, I strongly request everyone that you check all the options. Like what happens if you remove that, and what happens if you remove this? Because finding the errors, knowing the errors is also one kind of learning.
Yeah. Thank you.
I have a doubt in the database view. When we created the database view with the two tables, you given like a key means there is a foreign key primary key relation between those two tables. Suppose there's a two tables which I have doesn't have any foreign key primary key relation, but data is same from the suppose one table having ID, other table also having ID, but some data is matching. So such case I want to display the data between both the tables which is matching, even though we don't have any foreign key primary key relations. Then which option I need to choose?
It depends. If so, as I said, views are not for us. So if the functional consultant doesn't know how to keep the foreign key relationship, so straight away he puts even though if it doesn't matter to him, there is a foreign key relationship or not. So if the entries are, as you said, if the entries are matching, ID is equal to ID is matching, then show the data. That's all.
So that we can use a database view.
Yes.
Or a maintenance view. I was a little bit confused between the database view and maintenance view.
Okay. Yeah, tell me. So maintenance view and database view are same. The difference is maintenance itself. Maintaining the entries in the maintenance view is only the difference.
A similar question with the maintenance view. So when you change the data in the maintenance view, does it also impact the actual tables? Because as you said, it's virtual tables, so
it's a good one. It won't impact.
Okay.
Now you're able to see?
Yes, we can see.
Yeah, somebody was asking me on maintenance view. Let's quickly hear it out because we need some more stuff to be told. Or else can you take this question after some time so that you?
Yes, we can take later. Yes.
Yeah, that will be good. I guess we're actually behind. Okay, so I hope you understood the basic report. Okay, corrective search help. You can give a try on search corrective search help also. Okay, and you can also make down of transaction code called C16. Okay, and let's say zprof emp is for display dictionary display table. Okay, and /n SC16 is for data browser. Simply, it is a data browser, and you click on enter. So you didn't see that data elements, field names, and domains, right? You directly came here, and you can straight away see the entries. That is the only difference. Okay, SC11 and SC16. SC16 is a data browser. You will not see all the technical details in between. So functional people directly will use SC16. They don't need what is domain, what is data element, and what is the field names. Okay, so there is some other stuff that to be told in this. I will go to /NSC11. Here, I show the data. Okay, I see the course. I will see the contents, and I execute this. So these are all the details, right? So such kind of you can make some calculations on this. You can where is it exactly? Some I don't see some. Let's say this is sorting order, sort in ascending order, or else descending order. Such kind of activities can be done, or else you can do some editing options, or you can put it in spreadsheet, etc. So that kind of options it is possible. If it is possible, then it is called nothing but ALV display. It is called as ALV display. So for example, user parameters I clicked. How did I go? Settings. You can maybe, if since it is anyway recorded, right? Yeah. Settings, user parameters. Here, ALV grid display, ALV list, field name, field label. So for example, I kept field label. So currently you see gender and gender one, right? I gave this. So this has changed, nothing but it is coming from the technical name. Currently, the technical name it is coming, but since I gave both the names as gender, it's not that effective. But if you can see, if you can check it out, field label and field name will show one is description and one is technical field name. Okay, and what I'm doing, and I do ALV list. I clicked on this. See here, the list got some view handling the seeing the view is you can still explore a couple of other options like what is layout and all. So that is how you understand from here. Using the browser, and this is for settings. We'll like how do we see the field names and field labels and etc. That comes here. Okay, what is message class? Before doing that,
your screen got stuck
again. Okay.
Yeah.
So which slider are you at now?
You selected user parameter settings.
I can see.
Now I'm at message
came
class.
to PPT slides.
Now I'm at message class. Is it okay? So this is all about some basic fundamentals of SC11 transactions. Okay, and we will get to know the further things in further classes. But I told you right about the report /n. So you have to remember this transaction codes at any moment. Okay, so this is the.
Hi, sorry to disturb. Can you please tell me what is search help exit in search help?
Search help exit is nothing but for any. I will tell it to you later. First, let me finish this. Yeah, please, I will in the last 5 minutes. I will do that. Okay. Yeah. So we are at now. Where are we at? This is at message class. So what is message class? As I have shown you, like in the message bar, whenever I do activate, whenever I do syntax check, you see activated. Syntax check, no inconsistencies, etc. Right? So that is nothing but message bar, and we can also put our own messages. So for that, we need to maintain a bucket. So and we need to put our message there, like welcome, your name, by your name. Such kind of messages will not be given by SAP, right? We know not every message is possible from SAP's end. As I told you in a couple of sometimes back, we need to fill the differences also. So that's our responsibility. So for that, we have a message class. Okay. So the transaction name is SC91. Okay. It's stuck again. Okay. You are seeing SAP screen or which screen?
ABAP.
Message maintenance, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the transaction code is SC91. You can continue, right? You can continue extending your transaction codes in your page. And as I told you, this should be start with Z or Y, zprof underscore message class, and I'm creating it. Okay, this is for what purpose? This is for basic details. Since it is a little, since there is some delay, I'm little going slow. So now I have filled a short text, basic details. Are you able to see that screen?
Just now.
Yes, we can see
Yeah.
now.
Okay, now. Okay, fine. Let's say whoever, let's see, I mean, one person can confirm that. It will create some echo. Okay, so basic details is good. And then attributes, as you guys are clearly aware of that. Now I am at messages. I need to go to messages tab. Yeah, here I am at messages tab now, which says 00 number, 001 number, and etc. numbers. Okay. So here, what I'm trying to do is, let's say invalid number is one my message. In is one number is one kind of message. This is not the right transaction is one more message. I can put one more, all the messages till 3 nines. The message limit is three nines. Okay, 999. So if you need to see this, if you need to refer this message in your report, you can refer directly to this 001. Yeah, not this message. And I'm saving this. Okay. So you take this message class and you go to this message. So what I'm doing, message, S is for success, E is for error, W is for warning, I is for error. Okay, so now I'm starting with yes. Starting with yes, success. I don't remember this syntax now. Message, yes, 001. How did I write it? Just give me a minute. I forgot the syntax. Yeah, message is test. It's activated now. Okay, so now I see
Screen got
this.
stuck.
Okay. I'm at a new place today, so maybe that's because of that I'm having some power cuts. So that's why you're facing this. Now I'm at line number 13, report. Okay. So now is it good? It is activated now.
Oh, it is still showing message 0001 struct.
Okay. There's nothing, but there is some delay. I will reshare it 1 second. Yes. So this is my selection screen, and I'm executing this. As I told you, messages will come at message bar. This is not the right transaction. So this is coming from where? This is coming from message class 001. You understood this point? Any questions regarding this message class?
Oh, can you please show the syntax, means program, how you written the message?
Okay, simply I told you, right? Top to bottom is the flow. So last number is 13. So this is triggered. So if this is not the right transaction, then the message number is 001 for this message. So that is how I'm giving yes 001 and the message class. This is the message class. And if I give, instead of yes, if I give error, E is nothing but error, and there is no delay, right?
No, not.
Yeah. So if you see here, now we are seeing error value. This is not the right transaction. But the difference is, since it's an error, nothing will be shown up. You don't see selection screen. You don't see any other output screen. Simply, it straight away shows an error screen. Hope it is okay. I hope it is okay.
The
No
range,
questions.
yes. In the range of the message class, like we are having 999, right?
Yes,
Is that fix
999.
the SAP or we can increase also in the, suppose if
No,
we
we
require?
cannot. We cannot increase that. 999 messages are too many. I mean, we cannot be. I haven't seen any such so many messages in a message class so far.
Okay. So
Yeah,
that is like
because
that message class will be like, I'm saying that message class will be like based on the package. Suppose this particular package having this many messages like that, or how we are like 999. It is like entire client only. We are having see S4. You said that S400 is your client. For this S4H 100 system only for 999 is there.
no, not exactly. SAP has given that. SAP has restricted these many messages, because if you are having those many messages like more than 1,000 messages, nothing but your program or your complete project is not doing that good, because nothing but you are not completely using SAP standards fundamentals.
Okay.
If you are reusing SAP standards code, you will not be seeing those many messages.
Okay.
Because most of the messages would have covered from there end itself.
Okay. Which is already predefined.
Yeah, SAP's message classes are also there.
Okay.
Small doubt. What's the importance of self-explanatory? Means, is it if we remit means it came via link?
Yeah, self-explanatory is nothing but if your message is there is some character limit, some 255 characters, I guess. So if you need to show some flow, let's say, so this is not the right transaction is the error message user is seeing. So you want to tell to the user that you have to follow 3 or 4 steps so to clear this error, but you cannot put that in the one message, right? So if you remove that self-explanatory, you will see a button in the beside to the message. If the user clicks on that button, he will see complete flow, like step 1, step 2, step 3, so that he will follow those steps and he might clear this error. Self-explanatory is nothing but this message is fine. If you remove that, you are putting in a long text and you are giving a pop-up to show the messages, some flows or some couple of steps, so that he will follow and he will clear that error. So this is the message class. It's all about. It's quite simple. And this is the one. Since we have some 15 minutes, I will straight away go to the module 2. So this is the basics of variables, how to create a variable. So variable is nothing but, so currently our session has 100 students. So okay, I don't want to write all your names on the screen. So variable is nothing but a temporary storage. A temporary storage. I have I have one plate. I can only put that's a temporary plate. I can put whatever it is, but that plate is for only one purpose. I can put your name, and if I need to put one more name, and I need to clear that name, and I need to put this name itself on the plate. So this is a temporary stuff that I need to use. For that temporary stuff, I need a variable. The variable name can be anything, but SAP recommends SAP recommends a meaningful name, which should start with LV. Nothing but, I hope you are making running notes also. LV is nothing but local variable. Nothing but this variable is used for time being and for this particular scope itself. We also have a variable called GV, global variable. Nothing but this variable is used across the applications or across the some other modules. Okay. We also have CV, nothing but constant variables. Nothing but we are making some constant values and we are using that variable itself. Right. So so far we have these 3 types of variables we have. Okay. This will determine the size of the size and the memory size of that variable. So that is what it's meant for. So directly straight away declaring a variable is not fine, right? That variable is of what type? Either it is character or it is integer, because if in the plate, if I'm putting your name, nothing but it's characters. If I'm putting your salary on the table, nothing but it's integers. So I have to put that. If I am having some data, if I am putting in on the table or on a variable, nothing but its date. So we have to mention the table also, that type also. Yes. So we have static variables, reference variables. We will see it in object-oriented variables, and we also have system variables. Can someone tell me what would be system variable is?
Maybe S by date num.
Those are
It will fetch
predefined
the date.
variables
Yes,
by
by
the
hyphen.
SAP.
Oh, okay. So you are okay. You are
Size
making
of our
you are making homework on the classes, but please, I recommend don't do that. You mainly focus on the assignments that we give, so that you will more powerful that in that. Anyway, you will search for the sub-RC or side statements, but it will be half knowledge. And again, if you come back, you are losing that time on assignment spending and the other variables. I recommend that. I don't ask you to do that. I recommend you focus on assignments. In the days ahead, you will see super heavy assignments. Yeah, as you said, yeah, system variables like the time. I will show you the time of the SAP. Currently, it is 10:49, but SAP is having some other different time. I'll quickly show you. Yeah, this is status. SAP system variables will hold all these variables, all this data. So this is system status where our system variables will hold. As someone said, S5. So there is some such structure. I will tell it to you. So currently the system time is 1:20, not 10:51. So we have system variables in the same go. So how do we declare this? So we declare with this statement. Like enhance your list with this new keyword, data, and should be type. Should have some type. Let's say I'm going to my report. I'm clearing off all this, or else I'm selecting this. I will do this way. I will do double quotes here after any line, and I will say search help. Okay, nothing but this is comments. These are comments. If you don't put double quotes, it will be considered as syntax and it will throw an error. So to make everyone understand what that statement is for, I'm writing this the usage of that. You should not go, you can see this program name and I can see these details, but please don't edit and make changes in my report. If you do that, the problem will be faced by other persons also. Yeah. Okay. So basic write statement. Okay. Call message class. So this is one. I will create one more program now, /NSC38 variable I created a variable usage. And it should be executable program, variable usage. And I'm putting it in a local package. There is no stuck, right? I am at ABAP. Yeah, okay. So this is a keyword. So far we have learned parameters keyword, write keyword, message class keyword. This is for creating a data variable. In simple, what is data variable? I'm just recapping it. Variable is to store is a temporary variable, temporary place. It should have what type it is, and so that variable will hold that much of storage data. Okay, data LV underscore. I said name, and I give. As I said, you don't use such suggestions. That will be helpful for you. You use type, and you say C. Character length is 20. Okay. This is for what? This is for declaring a variable with size 20 characters. Okay. So this shouldn't give any syntax. This didn't give any syntax. So this is where a simple variable creation. Here you can put at the place of C, you can put n. I mean, numeric, integer, floats. There are dates, times, etc. You can put every name, everything, such that this name should also give a meaningful purpose. I'm not saying you have to give this. You can give anything, but for your own understanding, I'm asking you to put a meaningful. Do that, and you have to start with LV itself. Okay, these are internal tables. You don't need that now. So this is internal tables. We'll talk it. We'll take it tomorrow. So what is the statement to display? Right, write statement. Write LV underscore name. Nothing but not exactly hard coding. What is hard coding? Hard coding name. Instead, keep it in a local variable. So I'm not hard coding. I don't want to hard code all your 100 names. I just want to put your name in a variable. So that will be easy for my life, right? So that's why I'm putting it in a local variable. So if you need to declare one more, okay, I will talk it to you later. I will take it later because we'll you'll get confused. So what it is doing? I can also do a constant thing. Let's say value, and I say default, and I'm activating this. This value default name is optional. No need of doing that. You can also find with control space here. Maybe you can see all the possible further syntaxes, further statements. So LV name is my variable name, which is having type C character of length 20 characters. And for time being, I'm giving default value as default name, and I want to put that default name as a write statement. So here I can give the purpose of this program, purpose of the report. What is that? I can put star before to that. That is nothing but is a comment. I can put double quotes. I can also put a star. Okay, star is for default name to be printed in a variable. Step 1. This is step 1. Then I have step 2. Allow user to give his name and display it. This is my step 2. Okay. Allow user to be given by user to give name, and if it is don't need that if statements. Okay, we'll say it about if statements. If it is TCS, if allow user to give name, and if it is TCS, display message as welcome. You take care of this step 3 as an assignment. Nothing but I will tell it you in the step 2 about the assignment. So LV name and LV name. I'm not giving any other like hello world, etc. And I'm straight away executing that. So what did I get? I got default name. Okay. So this is one. I am commenting this for your purpose, for your reference. I am separating that, and here I want to remove the stars, and so that is why what I am doing. I want selection screen. So LV underscore name, type C, length 20. Okay. So 20, not hard coding name. Yeah, right, display name. So what I'm doing now, I see selection screen, right? because I wrote parameter statement, and I say welcome team. This is my name. This is my name, and you execute that. So this is for you understood, right? I am not hard coding. This is hard coding, but not this one. This one, whatever the user gives as an input, that should be shown as an output. Step 3 is what? You use parameter statement. Okay. If LV underscore name is equal to TCS, and if. Most of you are aware of if statements, right? So here you put your message. Okay. Else write your name, right? Your name. So this is your one of the assignment. Step 3 is one of your assignment. Okay. Yeah. So currently now whatever the details I give here, any details should be of 20 characters that should be displayed on the LV name place.
We use different types of views, and then we have seen message classes, and then report, pure length, parameter statement, data type, how to declare the local variable over, and then write statement, and then if else use.
Yes, yes. So as an assignment, so you have seen helps, right? Some domain helps, F4 helps, or search helps, right? So at this place, make your one of the assignment as. So you should see this. I should see some meaningful F4 help over there. And I will quickly tell you about one more thing. Here LV name is there, right? I don't want to see that is a technical name that is not relevant for the end user. So what I'm doing, I should see some screen. So you can go to from the menu bar and text elements, selection text. Okay. What is your name? And you activate that. The flow is go to text elements, selection text, whatever the parameter statements are there, right? That variables will be seen here. Okay, and you execute this. What is your name? No, nothing but it's a meaningful description right now. I can give some other name, any other details, and that will be displayed out. Yeah. And yesterday's assignment was also you guys have not done. So yesterday's assignment and today's assignment, you can follow that, and maybe first you can set up your SAP system access, and maybe you can quickly start these assignments. Yeah. Yeah. Questions, please. We'll take it for 5 minutes.
Yeah, search help exit. Oh, what is search
Yes.
help exit?
Search help exit is nothing but SAP has given lot of search helps. A lot of search helps that we can use. But in that search help, my company is having some other little change in the search help. Say earlier SAP has given a search help on search help will work if I do F4 such that the condition SAP has given some functionality that salary is greater than 50,000, then show all this F4 helps. This exit is nothing but you are changing the SAP code. You are changing SAP's search help so that you can change your conditions based upon your current company's requirements. And your current company requirement is don't query on salary. Instead, you query on the location, say either Bangalore or Hyderabad. You understood my point, right? Coca-Cola company for any company, as I said, SAP's standard search helps. We have SAP's standard search helps. You understood? You got this point? There are a lot of SAP's standard search helps. If you want to see SAP standard search help, you can straight away put star mark asterisk. Let's say SC11 search help. You do star and you do F4. You will see all these. If it is not starting with Z or Y, it's nothing but standard search helps. You can see how did they do. Now my company requirement is I need to make some adjustments so that so that I can see, I can adapt the search help as per my company standards, company's requirement. So if nothing, exit is nothing but you change, you put your finger, you put your head in between inside the standards, SAP standards code. Here in this case, SAP standards search help. It's still not clear?
Yeah, changing the SAP standard search help based on our requirement. Is it correct?
Perfect, perfect. Wherever you see, even in our daily life, we see exits. Exits nothing but changing the SAP standards code. Because straight away you cannot go to edit mode and you can straight away change the code. That won't be possible. You cannot, SAP will not allow you to change SAP's code directly, like how we are currently doing. So instead of that, it has given some provision. You put your piece of code in some mentioned blocks. You do in a respectable manner. So that is why they have given some exits. You need to put your code in that exit, and you need to call that exit in the SAP standards code. We can also do for custom search help, but that won't make any sense. But it makes sense when the object, when the search help has been existing since many years, and you don't want to touch that, but you got a requirement to change little. So instead of doing some changes on that, you can straight away change your custom object just to be in a safer side.
Can you please show me the example tomorrow session, if possible?
Exits we will come in some other point of time. Currently, we are at basics.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Yep.
You want to tell the differences between the search help view, and value table.
Okay. Search help view and value table, there is no difference. Both are for F4 itself.
And search help view?
Search help view is nothing but search help and search help view is also there is no difference. Search help is having two different types of views. Is having two different types of search helps, elementary and collective, like mixing the tables. That view, search help view, is meant for functionals. If they quickly mix and match and like a DIY kind of thing, so that is for views.
Understood.
Yeah. For F4, we have multiple solutions.
Where was the search help exit option located, which colleagues are inquiring?
Yeah, in SC11, if you straight away go to there, in one of the screen, you will see that in the main screen itself in SC11. Okay. If you go here, or else I see here some descent type, collective search help. This is exit. We'll sit, but yeah, because this is little advanced. Yeah, most of, I mean, maybe it's -10, 80% of colleagues will be little confused. Let's focus on them also. If we deal about advanced steps, it will be little confused. So yeah, let's move together. And yeah, whoever asked, please don't create any exits.
I just want to understand the database view and the maintenance view, exact difference.
Maybe can you show an example for maintenance view?
Maybe I will show it tomorrow.
Yeah, please. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe if maybe you can give a try. You create both the views. Maintenance view is used for making some changes on the content. This is what I am telling. You can give a try. If it's still not clear, you let me know tomorrow.
Okay. For maintenance view, is it mandatory to have foreign key relationship between tables?
Not exactly. Okay. If you have maintained your database table, because views are functional people, right? By any chance, if the developer has maintained foreign key relationships, then functional people will not do anything. They will bind to the foreign key relationship and they will build the views based upon that itself. Foreign keys relationship will be given by us.
We have created the structure and we include in the table. Suppose if you have a structure 6 fields, if I want to include only 3 fields in the table, is that possible? Or?
No. You are calling complete structure, right? So it won't be possible.
Yes. So it has to be include all the fields in the structure.
Yeah, every structure will be coming. If it is not your requirement, if you need only 3 fields out of 6 fields, again you need to create a structure. Yeah, but that structure should be well justified with your team colleagues, that this is my requirement. So that's why hence I'm creating a new DDIC. Creating DDIC elements should really matter. It makes sense. It has to be discussed with your team and should be taken forward. We cannot create like as we need.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which access specifier in ABAP allows a variable or method to be accessed within the class as well as by its subclasses? Option A, public. Option B, private. Option C, protected. Option D, internal. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to become a pro at SAP ABAP Basics, ABAP OO, Object Orientation? Our course is your ticket. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will master SAP ABAP. It's like a toolkit for managing stuff, from getting enough products to sending them where they belong. We cover everything, from basics to fancy tricks. Our experts know their stuff. Your teachers, pros who have been at this forever. They are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Our students love it. Folks like you found our course super useful. And the best part? It's easy on your wallet. This learning opportunity is super affordable. Ready to ace SAP ABAP Basics, ABAP OO, Object Orientation? Sign up now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So if you could remember perfectly, database, what is the difference between database table and a structure from DDIC level? A single difference between database table and a structure.
Structure does not store values.
Correct. So database table will store values. That's the only difference. But database table will hold millions of records, can hold millions of records. But structure, not even one. So the same thing, so even whoever hasn't answered can remember now, database table will hold multiple records, many millions of records, and structure will not hold any record. So then what is the purpose of having a structure? Because if you're having 10,000 records and if you want to access one of the record in between them, so how SAP is designed, like SAP will take on a loop, it will take a loop on 10,000 records and it will take one by one record into the structure. Like I will give it to you, you do your activity. It's not like I will do all the activities. Okay. So the structure, nothing but the fields, like a field A, field B, field C, every field should match with the structure. Then only it is possible to take this such kind of handover from database table to structure. So since this is possible from DDIC level also, so it is also possible from our SC38, nothing but our report creation, nothing but our development activities. So the same way, for the database table, maybe you can write in your notes saying that database table is nothing but ITAB. ITAB is nothing but internal table. Internal table can hold millions of records, same like database table. And the structure, since as I told you, it will not hold any record. Structure from the ABAP level, from the ABAP report level, it is nothing but work area, or sometimes we will also call structure in the ABAP level. So as you see, if you create one internal table, it will create 12 KB of size. So one or two internal tables is fine, but in going on, if we are working with a super big project, we will hold so many of internal tables. So into that many of 12 KBs, so it will create a lot of space, right? The program it will itself is taking a lot of size. So we have to be very careful while creating an internal table. So I will tell you about the structure, and before creating the structure or the types of internal tables, I will tell you how do we create an internal table. So zprof is create underscore from now on I will refer this as I tab. Okay, creating internal tables. I'll put it in local object. Okay, so what is our structure? What is our database table name? zprof underscore emp. Okay, we'll take some other. Okay, these are my two things. So I will create a replica of an internal table from the database table itself. So this is for your reference. Okay. So for declarations, what I do is I have a keyword called data. Okay. Always try to use semicolon. Semicolon so that we can declare multiple declarations with the same one keyword of data. If you don't put semicolon, you have to do multiple data uses of key statements so that you have to declare that. So to avoid such kind of things, I am putting semicolon, and as I said, LT underscore ITAB. Nothing but LT is nothing but local table, and this is internal table. This is just a naming convention. Okay, or else, and ITAB. This is of what type? Type. As I said before, you don't use suggestions, auto suggestions. You manually type it for some certain sum of time. LTI tab type this one. Okay, this is my database table. So now I'm trying to create. This is the both are like siblings. So for creating an internal table, type table of is also a keyword. Type table of meaning this is an internal table. Okay, comma ls underscore itab type, and again this one. So this is an itab. Here here lt underscore itab is itab, and here ls underscore itab is the structure or a work area. Okay, or else header row. We will usually call these many words. So usually we will refer to these two keywords in the real time. Okay. Yeah. So these are the structures. Maybe if you align, it will be helpful for you. Like, yeah. And also one more new button we have. This is nothing but pretty printer. Okay. If it is, we can set this. So pretty printer is formatted. We can like all the keywords will be in caps, and all the data elements, all the local structures or keywords, data elements will be in the lower case. So it's like alignment. That's all. Huh? I hope you remember this text elements, right? Maybe for yesterday we have created. Not text elements from this one. Text elements. Selection text you would have tried, I guess. Maybe for yesterday I told you about the selection text.
Yeah, in input we will get the U.
Yeah, proper description. Proper description. That's all. Okay. Yeah. Super. So this is my declaration, right? Maybe I can.
Like all internal tables are a replica of the existing database tables only.
All internal tables are replica of existing database tables. That's what you asked, right?
Yeah.
No, it won't. No, it won't be like that. It's depends upon my coding level. If I use this type table of or type, then only I'm nothing but I'm taking a replica of that database table.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can use the stars. Somebody please unmute yourself. So declarations, I can say this is declarations. This star is nothing but it will not be executed. These are all for my own understanding purpose. Okay, declarations. So now I will, for your easiness, assign to structure. Maybe you can also put this such kind of declarations. It will be very helpful for you to understand. Okay. So now ls underscore itab hyphen. What all fields do I have? I have a couple of fields. Where is it? I have ID and group. Okay. ID is equal to, let's say 1010 is my ID dot. This is ended. ls underscore itab hyphen. What is the other field? I have bgrou, B group. Let's make it an alignment is equal to some EA dot. Okay, this is my structure now. So my structure is holding this some temporary record like 1010 and EA. If you again sorry, what was it?
Or shall we assign directly variables to work area variables, or we will assign internal tab variables and assigning that internal tab to work area? How can
first
we do
structure,
that?
first structure, then internal table.
Okay.
First you assign it to structure, nothing but currently we are doing that, and then you take. Let me explain. Yeah, so currently, then after that you have to append this to an internal table. For example, if I am doing this and 1011, and here if I say B, since this is a temporary one, it will not hold anyone. This will hold, I mean, nothing but it will hold one record from data from ABAP level, report level. ls itab will hold this one. After compiling to the 21st line, the 18th line will be gone. And 22nd, after hitting 22nd, 19th line will also be gone. So initially, ls itab will hold 1010 and A. And after processing, after coming to 21st line, the records whatever there in like 1010 and A will be gone, and 1011 and B will be holded. So that is how structure will hold. Structure will hold only one record at any point of time. Yeah. So okay. So to avoid that, I be seen because I need multiple records, not with only one record. So what I'm doing append ls underscore itab to lt underscore itab. Okay, I am copying this and I'm doing this. Okay, this is assigned to itab. So here ls itab will hold ID, B group, ls itab. Now currently lt itab will have one record, and after the processor will come to 22nd line, 23rd line, 24th line, lt itab will hold two records, right? So since I told you structure will hold only one record, for a development practice, what do we need to do is we need to clear the above structure so that ls itab will hold this fresh records in a will hold the records, further records freshly. So whenever you need to assign couple of values to the structure, you have to clear it. If not, you will see some inconsistency in your program. It will take some other old values. Okay. Clear structure. So I'm writing comments for only one line. Maybe that will be applied for other lines also. Okay. So this is my declarations of structure and an internal table. So let me do a syntax check. It is clear and it is activated. Okay. So now what happens? Because I wrote till itab, that's all. After that, it depends upon our hands. Like it depends upon our business logic. So please remember this line, this statement. Whenever we have a business logic, let's say a developer, you do this activity or do that activity from your report. So you have to start and you have to come and end in internal tables. You have to create your final data in your internal table, and from there, from the internal table, you can do your activities further. So getting into an internal, getting the data, perfect data into an internal table is what we need first. And that's the step one. Later, after getting the data into an internal table, you can pass it to another SAP system. You can display into you can display in a super good format. You can display using write statement. You can show. You can do whatever. from the possibilities of SAP, from the possibilities from SAP. So first, we have to get the data into internal table. Okay, hope this line is clear. Can someone tell me how do we declare parameters in selection screen? What is the keyword?
Parameters.
Yes, so parameters is for selection screen and data is for creating local internal tables, work areas, structures, etc. That will not do anything in the selection screen. That is for, this is for creating of a memory. So LSI tab will hold some structure, right? So that will also have some memory. So at the each and every prompt line after your usage, you have to clear your structures. You have to clear your internal tables. If not, after executing your program as well, you will be giving some space for the unnecessary memory. If you don't clear LTI tab, 12 KB will be allocated, right? At the end of the program also it will be created. Why unnecessarily we would like to give memory? So you need to clear that one also. So clear statement is used to clear the structure. Okay, and a statement, a keyword called refresh will be used to clear the internal table data. So now I don't want to refresh my internal table data because I need to do further some processing. Okay, so process iTab data. Now I have some meaningful data in my internal table. So I have, since I am having two internal table, two data, right? Let's say first record I have. Okay, and here in this iTab I have second record. Okay, let's say I'm also having third record 103 and C. So now my internal table is having 3 records. So as I said earlier, 3 records. So if I'm having more than one record, then I need to, if I need to access 3 records, then I need to put it in loop statement. Loop, okay, loop at, you please don't use the suggestions. This is for time's purpose. I'm doing it. Okay, LT iTab. Because I have my whole 3 records in LT iTab, and as I said, you need to put your database internal table data into a structure into LS iTab. I told you, right? This is ABAP 4th generation language. It's mostly like English itself. Loop at iTab, you do some activity on LT iTab into LS iTab. It's straight away English. Okay. So now, where do I have my data? Is it in LTI tab or in LSI tab? I have my data in LSI tab now. Okay, the first record will be in LSI tab. It loops. Again, LSI tab loops. Again, third record, LSI tab loops. That's all. Since it finds, it doesn't find fourth record, the loop will be ended. Okay. So now, write statement ls underscore iTab hyphen. I will copy this for my easiness. Okay, ls iTab hyphen id. Okay, and ls iTab hyphen bgroup. Okay, so now I'm activating this. Okay, and if I execute this, see 10A, 0A, 11B, 13C. These are the records. We can still do some makeup for this output, but write statements are not needed for now. These are all just to show to how it behaves. Okay. Now we have something called debugger. We have something called debugger in further sessions, but I would like to touch that just to make you understand how this loop statements and how this structures or internal tables works. Okay, this is another activity. Here at line number 18, I want to put a breakpoint. Debugger breakpoint. Please remember this. You have to master in this breakpoint and debugger to become a good developer. So let's say I'm keeping a breakpoint here. I have started this line and I clicked on the breakpoint. Okay, maybe you can understand the difference between session breakpoint and external breakpoint for your own purpose. Maybe you can try what would the difference between them. Okay, So I kept a breakpoint here. As usually, I am executing this. But since the processor is has faced some breakpoint, it has stopped now. Okay. Now for easiness, I will put it in desktop 3. I'll click on LSI tab first. LSI tab is having a structure like the ID and B group, but doesn't have any values, value types or value. So I will come back to desktop 3 and I have F5. Step 5 is nothing but processor. I'm asking processor to go step by step. So step LSI tab is having, ID is having, see, LSI tab is having B 1010. Now B group doesn't have anything because it didn't process. Now I click on F5 again. Is having yeah. So LTI tab is having 0 records now. I do F5. It holds 1 record. Okay. So now clear statement. Now the part is from clear statement. Now I do F5. What did it do? It cleared LSI tab, but still LTI tab is having 1 record. Hope it is clear. Okay. So F5, LTI tab will hold 2 records and clear that again. Again, LSI tab 1013, C, LTI tab is having 3 records now. So we are looping, we are getting all the records in the structure as a temporary place, we are putting it in the internal table and we are clearing the structure back. So now my whole record, now my data is having, internal table is having 3 records. LTI tab. So LSI tab again will have the first record. If you see LTI tab once, see, this is first record, second record, and third record. For easiness, we are having two columns here, but in the real time, we will have hundreds of columns. Yes. So write statement, we are in loop now. Yep. See, this is first record is printed now. It loops. It again takes second record. If you see, if you observe here, there is something called sy-tab-ix and sy-sub-rc. sy-tab-ix is nothing but it will tell you at what iteration you are there. So now we are at second record, right? That is why it is second. Let me execute this further. Now it is 2, right? Now it's sub-tab-ix is 2 and now it is 3. Because now you want to understand, now you want to know that you are at a third place of iteration. Okay? Yes, I will tell you about sub-rc later. End loop. End loop. It didn't find anything. 3 records are done. So now it displayed. Now it displayed 3 records. If you see such kind of things, then you directly execute this. So you remove, if you want to remove the breakpoint, either you can click here or else you can click here. But the major difference is the breakpoint will be applied only on active objects, not on inactive objects. First you activate, then only you clear syntaxes, you activate them, then you put a breakpoint only on executable lines. If you try to put a breakpoint at the declarations levels, if you see 1 second, if you cannot put a breakpoint here at declarations level, okay, the breakpoint is not set at declarations levels. It will be only on the processing levels. Okay. Yeah. So let's go here. So here we have standard table, sorted table, and hash table. So what are sorted table, hash tables? If you see a debugger screen again, you have to come back. Then only it will go. 1 second. It will go back completely. You come back. Then it is gone. SC38. Create iTab and change this. Okay. Type table of the default internal table is standard table. The default type internal table is standard table. Apart from that, sorted table is also one internal table. Let's say I will put this type table of, okay, LT S itab is one more. LT H itab is one more. Okay. So this is sorted. This is hashed. This is standard. You can either put standard or else you can also remove that, because anyway default is standard internal table. Okay. So this is how you declare standard tables. So it is active. So this is how you declare, but what is the purpose of hash table or sorted table? So as you see this image, standard table, we have sorted table and hash table. Let me talk about standard table first. Let's say if you're having 10,000 records, if your internal table is having 10,000 records, the time to access these 10,000 records will be linear. Will take let's say will take the standard table is completely dependent on the number of records. If you are having 10,000 records, then the access time will also be 10,000 records itself. Okay. And let's say the sorted table. The difference between standard and sorted is nothing, but sorted will have the internal table in a sorted way. For example, if in the previous example I told I have given ID 1010 and 11 and 12, right? So for example, my internal table is having 1, 5, 10, 25, 7, 3, 45. Okay, and if I'm declaring my internal table with sorted explicitly without doing sorted sort keyword, I can sort. My internal table automatically sorts all these records, and it will again further display in your debugger with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, not with 1, 35, 7, 25. It automatically sorts. But standard table will not be sorted automatically. We need to use explicitly sort keyword, sort itab, nothing but then sort will itab will be sorted either in ascending order or in descending order. See, if you have a standard table, you can read through this description. The key of a standard table is always non-unique. The key of the internal table can be non-unique, but for the sorted table, you see, wait, I write the sort table. Yeah, sort tables should be either we have to mention either that should be a unique key or a non-unique key. So, okay, I don't want to explain more about the sorted table and hash table. You will get confused. But for the hashed algorithm, there is something called hash algorithm. Maybe as a trial work, you can check what is hash table, hash algorithm. Maybe from your academics also, you would have learned about hash algorithm. The same algorithm is put in hash table. So if you are if your internal table is a hash table, and if you are putting loop on that internal table, hashed internal table, then this hash algorithm will be applied and will be the further records will be extracted based upon hashed algorithm. And if I'm putting sorted table, nothing but the difference is it will be automatically sorted. That's all. Nothing else apart from that difference. And standard, we explicitly need to sort the internal table.
So standard internal table need not to have a key field, and sorted one has to have the key field. What about the hash table? Does this needs any key field, or is it fine?
Not like key field exactly. It should have a keyword called unique. A unique and key field exactly. Yeah. You need to maintain this unique keyword. And let's say ID, if ID is our key field, we need to mention that also.
Okay, so it will sort in sorted sorted internal table. It will sort on the basis of index, right?
Yes.
1, 2, 3. Okay.
So we have declared this structure now. Like straight away, I have two fields in this zprof emp_bg. So I have taken that. But what if I don't want all the fields? What if I don't want all the fields from the database table? Okay, does anyone have any database table with so say 5 or 6 fields? Then yeah, I will go with this this internet table itself. I from my end itself I will. Okay. So with no meaning, I will do field 1. Okay. Built-in type char 20. Say there is no meaning, so I am giving some field 1, field 2, field 3. I have just activated this. So now there are no warnings, there are no errors. Say now I don't want to use all these fields. I want to use only first 2 fields and let's say field 2. Okay. For that, if you have such kind of scenario, I'm telling you that. Okay. I will create one more. Create ty. Create ty underscore item. Okay. Types begin of ty underscore item. Okay. ID type. What is my ID type? Here either I can use data element, comma, or else the other field I have v group, right? V group type. Since I don't have data element for this,
Deep, I have given a table name which has 5 fields now. I have maintained 5. If you want, you can take it.
yes, okay, give it to me.
I have put it in chat. Data needs to be maintained. If you want, I can do it in backend.
No, it's okay. No need of data for. Okay, tell me that. Tell me the data table name.
Z login data.
Okay.
Underscore
Z login
data.
data. Okay.
Underscore data.
Okay. Okay. This is an active state table to maintain user ID password. Okay. So now we have this table. Okay. And SMTP underscore address. And I have maintained this data.
You missed the colon.
It won't be matter. Okay. SMTP is this one, and I will put identifier type. I can either use database data element, or else I can also use z login hyphen data hyphen. If you see here, it will tell you the suggestions. So automatically it takes identifiers data element backend. It will take identifiers data element. So here I gave data element. Here referring to field itself. Okay, and let's say I will take profession. I will straight away put caret. This is my structure. Earlier we created a structure and internal table, right? That is for complete referring to a. I was referring to complete structure and complete internal table. So now if this this database table is having around some 6 fields. Okay, for 3, 4, 5. So now I need only 3 fields. I need only processing for 3 fields. Because why do we need to filter these fields? Because we need less memory consumption and we need perfect precision. So that's why if you are having so many fields, if I don't have a requirement of using all the fields, then I can choose in my own way. I can filter like this. Okay. Now I have declared, okay, types structure. This is called as type structure. Maybe you can ignore the spelling mistakes. It will be helpful for you if you understand that. Types declaration. data, LT underscore writer, your user ID is unlocked underscore 75. Please check that. Data ty underscore writer, type table of ty underscore writer. You understood this line, right? I am having an internal table, which is also a type. What is type table of? Nothing but the left side one will be an internal table, which is referring to the structure ty underscore writer. If you double click on this ty underscore writer, it will go here itself. Nothing but LT itab is my internal table referring to the types structure ty itab. Okay, but if I am using type statement, this will not hold any record. It will hold it will. This is like a just declarations of a filtered declarations. Now again I need to have ls itab type ty underscore itab referring to structure, referring to, this is also referring to a structure only, right? Did I say it correct? Ty itab is a structure. So LT itab and ls itab are referring to a structure itself. But the keyword matters here. If you are having type table of nothing but this is a table. If you are not mentioning table, is nothing but that is a structure. Okay. So now you have your data in LT itab and ls itab. Can you maintain this data now in this database table? Or have you already maintained?
So I'll maintain it if you want.
Yeah, please do it now. I will cover one more point. This is fine. These 3 records are fine. Okay. So I will tell you quickly about select query. Select star from, what is the table name? Z logon underscore data. Login underscore data. Select star from Z login underscore data. Okay. Into table. What is my internal table? LT item. I will put it here. Any doubt with the select query? Hope you are aware of select queries, right?
Here, like we are taking all the fields from the table, but we declare only 3 fields, right? In the
Correct.
structure.
Right.
So
So okay, anyway,
field.
you are having some idea, right? What is select query? For those who are doesn't know, select query select query is nothing but we are hitting a database query for the Z login underscore data, and we are fetching the data from that. Earlier to this program, we filled 1010 1011 A B C manually from our end. We didn't pick the data from the database. So if you want to pick the data from DB, so this is how you write it. So as someone said, star is for all the fields. If my database is having 100 fields, star will get all 100 fields. If I don't want all 100 fields, if I need only 3 fields, then I can straight away put this ZTMTP, this one, identifier, this one, and profession. Okay, from zlogin data. Let me see some syntax check. There are no syntax checks. Now I will have my data in LT underscore itab, right? So as I said, my first step is done. I have my data in internal table. Just a second.
Just reconcile.
Yeah. So as I said, we are having data in LT itab. Nothing but I'm having some sufficient data in my internal table. Now I can play with it. Now let's say my requirement is to display all the internal table, all the data into LT itab, into ls underscore itab, and write statement here ls underscore itab hyphen smtp underscore addr is my only requirement. Let's say I got my all the data in internal table, but for time being I'm only putting I'm trying to display only one field, smtp underscore address, not everything. I execute this. See, these are all the details now. You understood, right? Earlier to this program, we have declared, we were referring to complete structure, and we have displayed with hard-coded values. Now, we have declared the type statement, which is having couple of fields, not all the fields from the database table. And we were referring to them, and we did a select query. Pick data from database itself. Okay, and we are trying to display that data. Maybe you can write this program names and you can check. If you see here, this PPT slide, this is like old syntax. Occur 0 we used to have something called occurs 0 to declare an internal table. But this is an old syntax. So that is what we didn't discuss about the old statement. So to remove, you remove that occur 0 statement, and what you are doing is saying standard table, and you're declaring this. You can remove, you can ignore this initial size 0 is for time being, for making it a little complicated. I am to avoid the complications. I am not saying about initial size 0. Okay. Yeah. As I told you earlier, maybe last session, we have added a structure in the database table, right? Using .include statement. Hope you remember that. So the same way, we can have a structure, and we can, using this struct1 type sflight, we can add that structure in the data in our local internal table as well. Let's say I am having one more internal table, data types, begin of ty underscore I tab 1. Type, what was our structure? Z prof underscore, let's say emp is my structure, end of ty underscore I tab 1. And now you understood this one also, right? Add structure in iTab. So now if I see I'm not having these many individual fields, straight away including that structure here itself, I can give any name. I can say, let's say dummy will be helpful for you. So if I do this, dummy is nothing but this iTab 1 will have dummy, nothing but this all the fields from this database table itself.
I have one question. When the type begins of, instead of giving ty any name, can we declare it with the table name itself? And if we can, what is the difference?
No, we can give any name. As I said, this is just a naming convention. Ty iTab is nothing but, as I said, this we will call this as type structure, right? Line number 8 will be called as type
I'm
structure.
saying, I'm talking about the 8th line. Instead of ty internal table, we can give it a table name, right, directly. Or is it not?
We can give any name.
Like there will be no difference, right? Or is there any difference?
It will be different. It will be shown difference, right? Because this is a type structure, we have to give as a type ty underscore iTab. But if you don't want to give that name, you can give any name. It won't be a matter. Because if let's say if I am giving, where is my this one? Yeah, z login I can give here. But being a developer, you'll get confused. And z login underscore data for this report, this will not refer to DDIC. This will not refer to DDIC. For this is just a naming. Z login underscore data for line number 8, that is just a name. So even if you give any, you understood, right?
Yeah, got it.
Yep, thanks.
A small doubt means we can clear the ls underscore iTab after end loop statement only, right? Suppose if you want to clear the things.
Yes, after ls iTab itself. If not, you will have no data and you are looping it, right?
Okay.
Say,
And
say
also,
here, say here I have written this. Now I want to clear ls underscore itab can be cleared off. Now my processing is done. Refresh lt underscore itab. Refresh itab. Yeah, tell me please.
okay, we can use clear statement in the loop itself. Okay, for the
Yeah, we can
workflow.
use it. We can use it.
Okay.
If not, how do we clear all each and every record? It won't be possible, right?
Okay. Means for refreshing statement means we can use at the end only, right? Means where we need to clear the internal table.
Refresh internal table. If it is having multiple records, we can clear it up in one single shot. If you put this loop refresh statement in the loop, nothing but it will clear all the records. I mean, each and every time it will refresh, but by the time of the first time of refreshing itself, the second record will not be processed, right? Because already it is cleared.
The dummy refers like you given the type is a table name. That means like
Yes.
whatever fields are there like in the table that will hold the dummy. What exactly meaning that?
This is a structure now.
Yes, yes.
So let's say where was that? Yes. So here, if you see, this is my dummy name. Dummy now. struct1 is my dummy. So if you see in the debugger, all the fields from this flight will be coming.
Okay, from the table, whatever you mentioned that is a flight. That table,
Yes.
it
will hold all the records, not one record, because I'm referring to the structure.
But if the select query, like I can again that whatever back again.
Yes, as you said, the select query can be filtered out again. Not it won't be like star itself. You can filter out with the necessary fields itself from the structure.
Okay.
Yeah.
But here I can see the T, like internal table TS flight you given, right? So there we can directly I can take the directly data from the table. I can write the select query star and then I can directly store it in that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So as I said, accessing individual table entries. For that, we need work area or a structure or a header row. This is header row where you get all the single record sorted table. Yeah. So as I said, this is a sorted type sorted table, and if you are having some X, Y, Z or A, B, C, D, and your internal table will be sorted by the time after once you declare the sorted table syntax, you will be able to see all the data in the sorted table. I will tell you about this read statement in further sessions. Okay. So far we have seen one select query, right? So that is OpenSQL. That is nothing but OpenSQL. We also have something called native SQL. We have OpenSQL and we have native SQL. OpenSQL is nothing but, irrespective of any database in SAP system, a developer, an ABAP developer, can code his, can make his statements, can make his logics using select queries. Either it could be HANA, either it could be Oracle, any database. But if it is specific, if the developer needs to be specific to the right exact database, so because based upon the database also select queries will change. So for that respective database, if you are restricting our select queries, then it's nothing but native SQL. So currently, even if since you also don't know what database we have in the backend, but we are making a select query. So currently, we are making use of OpenSQL statements, and we are doing further process. We'll also see our native SQL statements in further classes, where we will also see about how do we handle different database specific statements. Yes. So here, this is the statement. Now I will tell you about the insert statement. So now, can anybody say, by seeing this syntax, by seeing these lines, what would be the output?
Adding all these values as a one row into the table.
Correct. So the data WA customers, like customers, like maybe you can give like or type statement, type keyword, that doesn't matter. So Here for customers 1, I have fields called customer, name, title, date of birth. So I am W underscore customers is what? Is a structure. So I'm holding that structure and I'm putting that structure in the database table. I'm just copying my declarations here. Declarations. Okay. So now ls underscore itab hyphen smtp underscore addr is equal to 09 ls underscore itab hyphen profession developer serial and data from ls underscore writer. Okay, let's see syntax. So we need to use some couple of fields.
It was only character 8, that's why need to increase developer is there.
No, it won't be. It won't be a problem. It won't be a problem. It says the work area is not long enough, so it should be used with most of the fields.
Database table have long work fields.
Yes. Yeah. Say 08. Still, you need to have what is the other? Say I will use mine. I will use this type statement. Hence, for time being, I will use okay, complete database table itself, and ls underscore itab hyphen. What fields do I have? Okay. I will remove this dummy fields. Okay, you understood, right? This is the structure. So now inserting records to DB, and I will see the contents here. Let's say I executed this. It didn't show anything like success, records or not, because we need to handle them. Let's say I refresh this. I have 09 and B. Okay. So for example, I want to show the message now. I want to show the message. As I told you, SI tab by X, right? I introduce SY tab by X, right? I also have something called SY sub RC. I have a keyword called a field called sub RC. SY is a structure. SY is a structure, and sub RC is my field, which is used to check whether the above statement is failed or not. Here, insert, we are checking whether the insert is failed or not. Okay, maybe any statement. If you want to see any statement, whether success or failed, so that statement can be checked using sub RC statement, sub RC field. Okay, if sub RC is equal to 0, then it is nothing but success. Okay, here write right? Successfully inserted. Else, hope you are aware of this else, if and else statements. Else, right, failed to insert, and you end with that. I'm doing this pretty printer just to do a proper alignment. Yeah, pretty printer. So nothing but I am checking success. Okay, check above insert is success or not, because there might be cases where zprof_empbg insertion wouldn't have happened. So that is why I'm doing this right statement, and let's say effort fail to insert. Fail to insert, why? Because 09 is a key record, right? That is why it is not accepting now. So let's say I give 10 record and I activate it. I executed, successfully inserted, and I try to refresh that. I have 10th record now. Okay, this is how you do this. Let's say this is my right statement, right? Let's say I have message fail to insert, and what is E then? Type E. Type E is for error, type S is for success. Okay, we also have W success error abort. Abort is nothing but you dump it. You don't do anything, you don't show any message, you directly straight away go for the dump. Like let's say 1 divided by 0. Such kind of statements can be used for abort statements. Okay, now I'm activating this. See, successfully inserted is my message now. And since now it is anyway there, now it will be duplicate. Now I execute this. It says fail to insert now. I is for information. You can maybe for your practice purposes, you can explore all this message types. There is some slight difference where exactly if you are declaring complete structure, it is actually mostly used in OOPS concepts for like and type statement. Yeah, maybe you will understand there itself in further classes.
Deep W is for what?
Warning. Okay, so this is the slide which I wanted to tell. Importance of system variables. So system variables will be stored in SY ST structure. Okay, these are all system fields. Like just now I had shown you, right? SY tab IX, SY sub RC. It's either SY or SYST. Both are same. Okay, so I can use SYST or SY structures hyphen a field name. So far we have seen two system fields, nothing but sub RC and tab IX. In the same way, we will also have SY message ID. Message ID is nothing but, did you discuss about message ID? How do we create a message class?
Yeah.
The first class.
Yes.
First session we did.
In a message ID, in a message class, we'll have 001, 002 IDs, right? So that IDs will be coming in message IDs. Okay. Message number. No, not message ID. Message ID is nothing but message ID will be seen with the class. Message number is nothing but 001 or 002, that message. Message type is nothing but either E, warning, error, abort, that kind of messages will be there. REPID is nothing but the report name. The report name cprof underscore is there, right? That program name, report ID will be seen. Okay. Psi index, I will tell it to you in the further classes. These are just few. These are just few from the site system structure. In entire, we have 171 fields. Like for example, DBCNT. How many entries are there in the respective database table? That can be also found with that. For example, page number. At what page we are there? Let's say if you are having we are having write statements and it filled some. It has some 10,000 records. It obviously takes a couple of pages, right? So on what page do we are there? So such kind of information can be held in this system fields. Okay. Any other important field should I discuss?
More confusion. Means message number and message ID I got confused. Can you please tell me one more time?
Okay. Yeah. This is message ID.
Okay, message class name is the message ID.
Message ID. And here, this is message number.
Okay.
Okay. And type is either E warning. I have told you about the types of messages, right? So they will be the message types, message types. So here we'll discuss about selection screens, some new reports, some new syntaxes, ALV reports, some function modules and RFCs, and how do we schedule a report. So this will be the agenda for this session. So initially, for example, the first one, as you are pretty aware of that, it is like an interactive with the user. So we will use selection screen, nothing but parameters keyword. I will tell you there are a couple of important selection screen parameters. I will tell it to you now in our report. Let's say /NSE38. Are you aware of the first statement? P underscore name.
Yeah, defining the parameter.
Yes. So as I said, type what should be the length of this one? Let's say 20. 20. Then so nothing but I will see my output as 20 characters. This length 20 I would have told you. The other keyword is P underscore name. After this, if you give 20 and this one, this is also 20 keyword itself. So two way, nothing but. Okay. And are you aware of the second one?
Yeah, assigning parameter as a default value as yeah.
Okay. Yes. So let's say 20. You make sure of this length characters. It will tell you if you want to remove. If you need to remove, see, there is default now. You can change it, but it's default. This statement is for example, LV local variable underscore constant local variable underscore name, and this one is constant length is of type 20, the constant variable. This will not give any selection screen, change selection screen. This is like data statement. We have seen data statement, right? But here it's the same way. Constant is also a keyword where LV name throughout this program, throughout this journey of the program, LV name will hold const. You understood, right? Let's say TCS underscore your names will be the some format. So since TCS is the key constant here, I will straight away declare one constant TCS, and later your names will be under variables. Your names are variables, but TCS name is a constant one. So LV TCS, let's say here, TCS will be the constant, and your name will be variables. So since your name is variable, I will put in data keyword.
Do you use a constant LV name in parameters under default?
Constant keyword in the parameters.
Yeah, like as you wrote default AAA, can we put LV underscore name instead?
I didn't get it. So you want to use parameter statement?
No, suppose line 15, CV underscore name, you write it in line 12, default CV underscore name. It should work, right?
It should work. Okay. So now this one is for radio buttons. This is for radio buttons. GP1 should be there because that is for group, because any radio button should have either, let's say, at least minimum 2 should be there, right? Radio buttons, either that or this. So for that we are making nothing but we are making groups. Okay, we cannot make group 2. We can make group 2, but at least 2 radio buttons should be there under one group. Let's say I executed this, see R1 and R2. So for example, if I give text elements, selection text, say, let's say address or country, name 1, default. I activated this. I activated the report. You execute this. See, I got address and country. This is what the group meaning. Okay. So now let's say I gave default. Now I have selected address. And if I execute this, something should happen. Correct? Something should happen. So if condition, if R1 is equal to X, nothing but this is checked. This radio button is checked. Else if R2 is equal to ABAP underscore true. Here ABAP underscore true or X both are same. Okay, and ABAP underscore false or this space or else ABAP underscore false. These are both are same. Yes. So now this you have to write your logic now. Let's say what is checked now. What is checked now? I want to see it in a breakpoint. I get a breakpoint and I have executed this address and execute this. Okay. So see R1. R1 is equal to X now, and R2 is space. So nothing but logically I understood now. R1 is being checked. If R1 is equal to X, write statement. R1 is checked. Here R2 is checked. Or else write, let's say P underscore name def. Here I said R2 is good, R2 is checked. I did some pretty printer. Nothing but if first radio button is checked, I am saying write whatever it is there in name def. What is there in name def, AA value is there. If R2 is checked, I want to show that R2 is checked as a statement on the screen. Okay, now I executed this. Now I said address and I activate this. Debugger is checked. I need to remove that. See, AAA has come. Let's say if I say hello world and I executed this, hello world is coming now. If I say country to second radio button and I execute this, R2 is checked. Yep. So one more statement I need to tell. Select options. There is something called select options. Okay. Z login underscore, what was that?
Data.
I did F1 on F1. Okay, I will get back to I'll come back for this select option statement.
We need to declare a table. That's the reason it's not working.
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah.
That's true. Select options. Let's say, what was my table name? So as someone said, this table should be declared zprof underscore empbg. So that is why it is good now. So s underscore id is my select option. So how do we, what is select options here? We will see it later about select options, but this is for, we'll see about the select options in the later classes, but select options is nothing, but we can change this description. Maybe you can try with that. So here, this is lower value, this is higher value. This is lower end, lower value, and higher value. Maybe from, I need some records from 10 to 40. This is how I give range. This is how I give range, and I can execute this. If not, if I click on this, I can select single values, or else I can exclude ranges also. So currently, this is my 10 to 40 is my range, and I can use this range in my further processing. Okay. So now there is one important topic which we need to discuss. This is these are called as events in the report. These were not there in the scope of the content, but I wanted to tell because these were needed to understand how SAP ABAP works. Yep. So that is why I manually added this thing, in the statement, in the curriculum of the given approved curriculum from the company. Okay. So I have a keyword. So there are events in ABAP, and there is a flow for that. So as you see, initialization is one of the keyword, one of the event. At selection screen, start of selection, top of page, during line selection, end of page, end of selection. And there are other interactive events also. So as the name says, initialization. So if you need to load the couple of, if you need to do some default checks, default values, loading, that kind of stuff can be kept in this initialization event. So as soon as the program runs, since the initialization event is the first person to get triggered, so we will put our logic, let's say default values we have shown, right? So such kind of activities can also be done in this initialization event. And the further events we will also see in a couple of minutes. So what I did, I have done this initialization event. And here s underscore emp id is my name. Here I'll say it in a new class, new report. So I have select options. Okay. Now what I want to do is say I will go to text elements, selection text, employee ID, range is my description. Here I wanted to give default values. Okay, this initialization is not only meant for defaulting select options, that is meant for all the values. Let's say in the at the starting point of the program itself, you want to initialize couple of values, say, initialize couple of variables. So for that also, this initialization event can be helpful. Okay, so S employee ID. This is the employee ID. Employee ID is my internal table. Type table of cprof underscore emp underscore bg. So what they do? Select options will have these 4 fields like sign, option, low, and high. Okay, sign is nothing but I is nothing but E is nothing but E exclude. Here, at the place of EQ, you'll also see something called BT. GT is nothing but greater than, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to. You understood this point? I is for include and exclude. Of the place of options, I can either say equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to. And the values I can choose. And I'm saying append s underscore emp id. Nothing but I am adding these values to s underscore emp id. This internal is not required. And as soon as I execute this, since initialization event is the first event, that will be triggered before, I mean, after I have click here, right? Execute. At that point of time itself, initialization event is triggered. So initialization event will set the values. Let's say maybe here I can set couple of internal tables or else some other values that should be refreshed. That should be null for performance issues. That can also be done. Yeah, I can make some, for example, parameters name I have. P underscore name, type C, length 34. Yeah, I can make this, and I think this should work. Let's say default value I gave. Yes. Earlier in the previous report, we have given default value here, default keyword. So this one, since this is initialization, this will trigger at the first place. So this is what happens.
No, but is there a keyword for default in select option?
No. Let's say, as I said earlier in the first class, there are a couple of modules from SAP like SD, MM, HR, PP, Basis, etc. So as a one example from one of the mod from SAP, I say SD, sales distribution, is the module. So here, let's say here I have one availability check, and then I need to deliver that. I mean, output. I will send it to another warehouse. I do transportation. From there, I do some goods pickup, goods billing, process the payment, and raising the sales order. So this is how a basic typical life cycle of a sales order. Let's say material management is also one module from SAP. If you see here, invoice verification, payment processing, goods receipt, order processing, vendor selection. So there is one cycle for that. And FICO, maybe you are aware of that. There is also one more module in FICO where all these financial things will happen. Let's say some not this one. Yeah, like deliveries, you take the payments, how do you control that, how do you audit that? Such kind of activities can also be done from a module called SAP FICO. All these modules are well established in SAP, but the backend for these modules are ABAP itself. Okay, like so all this processing, let's say sales one, goods receipt, payment, for every module there are respective database tables for that. There are respective transactions, respective database tables for that. So discussing about transactions for that modules are not in our scope. For that one, currently it is not required. So hence, I will be discussing about couple of important tables behind the modules /n S11. Okay, so for example, MARA is one of the basic table of the material management module. If you see here, this is what we already know. Like how do we see dot include one and the other fields, and we are also aware of mandate field and the keywords. You could see here, MARA is the database transparent table where we are storing the materials, general material data in this table. And if I execute this, there are around 2000 entries. These are all dummy data. Yeah. And here format list, user parameters, ALV grid display. All of them around the, as a restriction, you will only see 200 records, but in the selection screen, if you change the 200 records to no limit, then you will see all the records from this MARA table, right? As I said, so there are millions of records will be held in one of the table. So let's from now onwards, since we are aware of how do we create custom database table, now we are checking how do we work on the existing SAP tables itself. Okay, so this is the MARA table, and we also have one important table in material itself, that is nothing but plant data for material. Okay, so if you see here, MATNR is one of the key field in this MARC table, and MARA is also MATNR. MATNR is the keyword. Understood, right? For example, if I am executing this and I do this, I also execute this. So nothing but whatever the entries that are there in MARA table, so that respective entry should also for this material, let's say 32, and I have this and I execute this. I'm having, let's say I do this. See, I'm having for this material 32, I'm having plant details. That is one table that is just maintained, that is there just for maintaining the plants. And this table is having other entries like who has changed it, what is the type of the material, what is the old material number, and what is the unit, basic unit for a material. Will have some kg, liters as an unit, right? So that details are there. So the same way, we'll have different tables for different modules.
Means here Mara is the header table and remaining are right-hand tables.
So Mara is the header table, which will hold all the master data. And the MARC, MARC, and other tables are like child tables. Yeah, they are all child tables. And for example, we also see something called text table here. For example, if you are having material description, for example, MARC is my table. And here I have something called text table. Okay, it will hold the descriptions of that, but MARC doesn't have any text table. Let me see this one. Text table. Yeah. So for example, if you see MAKTX and MAKTG and SPRAS is a field, nothing but language specific one. If I see in India, if I see it with English, I have to see it in English. But if I see it in Spain language, if I logged into this S4H system with the Spain language, then I need to see that Spain language description itself, not English one. Right? For example, this is all MAKT. For example, this is the one, and material is this. See here, D is nothing but Dutch, and E is nothing but English. For this 36 material, English description is nut, and but for Dutch, this is mutter. You understood, right? For language specific, this material is a language specific. Whoever logs into that, their respective system with their respective language, they have to see their own respective description, not the cross language one. So this is where we can see text details of the from the text details. So for example, MARA is the main table, and what is the text table for MARA is nothing but MAKT, which will hold all the descriptions in the other languages. So now I have something called at selection screen. I will try to write down one end-to-end program now, a little end-to-end program. Okay, so zprof underscore this one. MARA is this database table. MARA MATNR is my key field. Everybody is following me, right? If I need to slow it down, please let me know. There is no rush. Okay. So this is my initialization event. What is initialization?
Assigning default values.
At selection screen on SMATNR, I am doing some event on an existing field. If S underscore MATNR is initial, initial is nothing but if it is blank. If it is blank. If it is nothing but if input is blank. Here I'm end if. Here I'm stopping the process. Message. Enter the details. Type. I gave these are my default values. So now I have removed that and I am executing this. These are nothing but enter the details. So from this, what did you understand? Our selection screen is used for validating the selection screen parameters. Hope you understood it. Our selection screen on this field name is used to validate the input given by the user itself. Either it could be initial, or else if the Matner, if S underscore Matner hyphen the value, the starting value is 1. Then I want to say enter the details. What is equal to 1? Yeah. So I said 1. So that is not expected, right? I'm not getting the output, expected output. So I wanted to see it in the debugger, what is happening. So S underscore Matner underscore low is having these many leading zeros and 1, not only 1. So it will not check that. So initialization at selection screen is nothing but I'm doing some validations on the field. So now if the user is giving 001 as the value, then I am asking him, then I am raising the error. Okay. So I executed this. My S underscore value low is equal to this value, and whatever the input I gave is matching. Hence, enter the details. Got it, right? So now what I'm doing is initial. This is what I said. And there is one more event called start of selection. Start the processing. Whenever you write select queries after start of selection event. Anyway, we will see it tomorrow, but I have theme in 2 minutes, so that's why I'm telling this. Select star from Mara into table. Into table is nothing but I need to hold these millions of records in database table, right? And an internal table, right? Not in a structure, correct? So that is why this keyword table is used. @ data LT underscore Mara. Yes, super. I tell you.
Yeah, you declared work area only, right? Directly.
No. T table is nothing but internal table.
Directly. Okay.
So ideally, this is 7.4.
Right?
This is 7.4 new OpenSQL statement. Earlier, what it used to be is select star from Mara into table. Okay, into table LT underscore Mara. Let's say old. I will give old Mara from Mara is done. Here data LT underscore old Mara is my declaration. Type table of MAR. This is itab, correct? Line number 32 is what? LT old Mara is what now? An internal table or structure?
Table.
Internal table.
Yeah.
If it is in DDIC level, if it is in SC level, then it is DDIC. It is in the database table. From here, it is report purpose. From it is report. This is an internal table. So 33 line is doing what I'm doing. I'm selecting all the entries from Mara into table, and I'm putting that into the LT old Mara. Here, I did declaration. Right. Here I did declaration. And here I'm putting it. So this is an old one. This statement is used in 7.4 net. There is something called NetWeaver. This is from used in from 7.4 NetWeaver SQL syntax. New open SQL. So what I'm doing, start from Mara into table without declaring the like this old line number 32. I'm directly putting it in Mara itself. For that, I'm using @data statement itself. Whatever the data statement here, I'm putting it in the same line itself. You got it right?
Yes.
Yes. So now what I'm doing, loop at lt underscore Mara into data ls underscore Mara. Right? Okay. ls underscore Mara hyphen Matner. So I am just filling out what are all the fields that I might require in the data, in the output. Let's say I need some ERNAM. Let's say ls underscore Mara hyphen. What else fields do we have? Some key fields I would like to add. Means. You see some syntax check. Yes, it is having syntax check. Data.
At the rate of data, something like that.
Yes, I did it here. So here even ls Mara also did I declare? No, right? In the line itself, in this is called, these are all called as inline declarations. I did inline declarations itself. I executed this 1 to 100 are my default values. These are all my, this is my output. Hope you understood it. This is my Matner. These are my some what is that? Basic units. Some PC, pieces, EA, and etc. These are all fields I have chosen it from MARA table itself. Maybe you can put all your necessary fields and you can straight away loop it. Understood, right? So now, if you could see here, I gave 1 to 100 as the Matners. Correct? But I don't see Matner details here. Okay, material is having not a range, it's a couple of numbers, and after that they are having description value. So our select options will not work, right? Our select option is having range from here to here, but we cannot use that range in our fetching the details, correct? Because that is description wise details. You understood it. For example, if I'm using parameters t underscore material type Mara hyphen matnr. Okay. Now I am doing this. Here, whatever the user gives in p underscore material, that details only should come, not all the details. So now here, as I said, matnr is equal to p underscore material. Any questions on this line? I'm just taking the input, whatever he gives in the p underscore material, and I'm saying where matter is equal to this. That you fetch only that details, not all the details. Guys, any questions? No, right? So at p underscore material, I have used as a selection screen. Now let's say I give some text elements. Enter the material. I activate this. So here I have, what is this s underscore matter? So here enter the material. If I give my material, let's say I have my material as 32 and I give it here. So my select query should work and should give only 32 that entry itself, not all the entries. Is it all good?
In the declaration, inline declaration, where we use yet and where can we give directly data? See, in the select query, you have given @p underscore mat automatically.
Yes. If you have used any inline declaration like this, then all the other further statements should also follow at the rate symbol, at the rate. Since my declaration LT_Mara is a inline declaration, so further statements like where condition and all should also follow at symbol.
If it is a work area, then at the rate is not required.
It is required.
Also, it is required.
Yeah.
In the loop state.
You can here I directly declare it.
Oh.
Yeah. Maybe if you don't give it, it will throw a syntax error to use the at symbol. Maybe with that you will understand.
Yes.
Since if we add at the starting, then we can add fields also with > Otherwise,
yeah, if you have used one inline declaration, then the further statement should also follow inline declaration in the inline declaration protocol.
Okay.
So now, as I said, the assignment, the optional assignment is now mandatory, which I said. So you can put all your, you can take some key fields or else some important meaningful fields from Mara table. Okay, you can take some important fields from Mara table itself. You make a select query and you mix and match all our keywords that we have learned so far. You can make use of initialization event. You can make use of start of selection event. You can make use of parameters, constants, variables. Yeah, it's up to your imagination and you can play with that.
Just one question on text tables. We never discussed that in while S11 is so. I'm wondering how is that table created otherwise?
Text table we didn't create. I mean, we didn't create for custom one, but for the standard ones, for the standard ones, they have created already some text tables. We can link it, but currently it is not required for us. The descriptions and all. If it is needed, we can directly put it in our table itself with the description fields. Currently SAP is not following to create text tables in a separate way.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In ABAP, what is the method used to create an object of a class? Option A, create object. Option B, new object. Option C, generate object. Option D, instantiate. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to become a pro at SAP ABAP Basics, ABAP OO, Object Orientation? Our course is your ticket. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will master SAP ABAP. It's like a toolkit for managing stuff, from getting enough products to sending them where they belong. We cover everything, from basics to fancy tricks. Our experts know their stuff. Your teachers, pros who have been at this forever. They are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Our students love it. Folks like you found our course super useful. And the best part? It's easy on your wallet. This learning opportunity is super affordable. Ready to ace SAP ABAP Basics, ABAP OO, Object Orientation? Sign up now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Here, material, name, and unit. This is what I give. I have built a field catalog. This is standard fields. This shouldn't be. This field shouldn't go wrong. This is fixed. This says field name. Field name in the data table. Nothing but you have to directly copy and paste from the database table itself. This one maybe you can change with respect to your requirement. So I have 3 fields because I have selected only 3 fields from select query. And my complete data is in LT_Mara. So that is why I kept it in LT_Mara itself. Any questions on this so far? And before doing that, we will also have couple of options like filter, sort, and etc. We can check them. The data can be sorted automatically before displaying itself. So that kind of predefined options are already there. Let's say, for example, IT_hyperlink. You can see the type of IT_hyperlink, and maybe you can put some hyperlink like www.tcs.com. Something like that kind of hyperlinks are also possible to show in the grid display. But for that, you need to use this IT underscore hyperlink field.
In the select query, can you open the select query? You written like @data and then you given LT Mara. Is that like system will internally create an internal table? How
Yes,
that?
correct.
Can you explain
Correct.
that sentence?
This statement data underscore Mara, like I said, Mara is I'm not declaring explicitly like how we did in earlier classes. So I'm trying to do an inline declaration, which is nothing but 7.4 coding versions, new OpenSQL syntaxes. So LT underscore MARA will be creating an internal table with only these three fields.
You are not specified, right? Any fields?
I defined, right? Matner, ERNAM, and means MEINS. They are the three fields.
Okay, which you are selecting.
Yes. So with these three fields itself, I'm creating an internal table.
Suppose if it is start, then it will be like entire table, right?
Correct. LT underscore MARA will be adopted so that it will have all the fields from Mara.
And then in the and then in @ you mention again S underscore MATNR. That also @
So
use.
what is S underscore MATNR? What is S underscore
that is input parameter thing we are passing value.
Yeah, not parameter, select options.
Yes, select option.
Yes, so that is why, because since I told you yesterday, if you are using one inline declaration, then complete statement should use inline declarations. So that is why I gave that @.
Complete inline means?
Data underscore LT underscore MARA is inline declaration, correct?
Yes.
That is, so I am not doing explicitly a declaration of internal table. I'm trying to declare LT underscore MARA in the line itself, inline declaration. Since I have one line of inline, that is why the other statements, other variables should also adopt inline declarations. That is why I gave @.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Yes. So nothing but simply whenever you see in future, you get your data into internal table. Then you put all your data. Then after getting the data into an internal table, you can play with that. Maybe so far, as you guys know, so far we can put it in a write statement. So to display, if you want to put it in ALV, you can directly call the respective function module. In the same way, we will have a lot of function modules to display. Let's say in the grid itself. If you see currently we have seen reuse underscore ALV underscore grid display, right? At the place of grid, there is one more function module with the list with LIST. You can try with that. You can try that function module as well, which says a list display, like say similar to the write statement. Okay. This is. Yeah, as I said, function module is nothing but a piece of code. Logically, we are grouping it together. So let's create a function module. Let's create a customized function module. Okay, the transaction name is /n37. Okay, ZFM underscore get materials is my function module name. Okay, I'm creating this. So this is in you please remember this function module is in again a function group. Okay, I don't remember this should be allowed, but let's see. First, to create a function group, I need to go to SCIT, which will have all my repositories. Function group zprof underscore fg is my function group. Do you want to create? Yes, I want to create f group. Put it in $DMP itself. Okay. Here, what I'm trying to do /n SC37. I'm trying to create a function group now. Okay. which is in Z. What is that? Z prof underscore FG. Z prof underscore FG. Get materials. Okay. So as you see, as you are aware, attributes. So this is my descriptions and attributes. I will tell you about this processing type in the next slide. So here, input is nothing but I want to send MATNR as the input. So here, what what do I have? Here I have type, and associated type is MATNR. I remember Matner is having MARA hyphen Matner. Okay, and exporting parameter is nothing but LT underscore MARA, an internal table. Okay, not ET. Say I give ET, and here Matner I give IV underscore. IV is nothing but importing variable, and here, yes. So not here. Here this is only exporting. Only this is parameters. So only it will hold only one value. I will go to table statement. Table here ET underscore or else IT underscore MARA of type. What is this type? I can do type here, and this is of type Mara itself. Okay, I tab for Mara. Yes. So here, if you see, if you go to source code now, see importing parameters is IV underscore Matner, and table statement is like IT underscore Mara. So I'm simply doing what I'm trying to do. I will directly select star from Mara into table. Now declaration part is done, right? I don't want to give any @ symbol or else any other declaration. Into Mara, where MATNR is equal to IV underscore Mara. This is a simple piece of code, which this is nothing but modularization. A function model is used for modularization. And now I'm activating this. This is activated state. If you see, if you are able to see execute button, you can execute this. Matner, let's say I remember one, let's say I give some Matner 32, and it gave me one result, which is the whole entry. Did it any piece of code? This is a piece of code which for modulation I can use it globally. Got it right? So this function module can be used anywhere, as I said. So far, do you have any questions in function module?
In export parameter, what is the output we need to get? That we can add it, right? In export parameter.
We can add it. If you are expecting an output as an internal table, that is why I went to table statement. If you are expecting only one parameter as an output of this function module, then you can put it in exporting parameter itself.
Okay. Means what is changing type?
Changing parameter is nothing but if I am trying to send one input, say Matner, and if I am trying to change that itself. I will send Matner as an input to this function module. I will do some processing logic in this function module, and again, ultimately, I'm changing the same Matner itself. So that is why nothing but you are changing your input itself.
Means frequently it is when we are taking input and it is frequently changing, means we can use that input in changing parameter. Is it correct?
Correct. Yes. For example, there is a flag. There is a flag where you want to change it frequently. You have sent a flag as an importing parameter to this function module. You did some validations, let's say. You made some validations and said you are passing a flag as a parameter. Nothing but you are passing a flag as a parameter to this function module.
Means considering an example like transaction data, the transactions are continuously changing. At that time, we can use changing parameter. Is it correct?
Not exactly. For example, you are need to do some validations. Okay, So say some date should be very perfect. The date shouldn't have any improper dates. Okay, such kind of validations you need to do. So you are passing a flag LV underscore FLAG as a parameter to this input parameter. Okay, and you found some inconsistency in the dates. So now you need to clear that flag. So nothing but here you have sent input as the flag, and since you found some inconsistencies in your date format, you're again clearing the flag itself.
Okay.
You understood correctly?
That means we are giving input in the same variable after doing some operations or validation. Again, we are getting the output also in the same variable. That is the changing, right?
Correct. Okay. So for example, here Matner is my input. I have sent some. I'm sending one input as a Matner. I did some validations. I did some processing, and again I have a requirement to change that itself, the input itself. So that is why I wanted to give changing parameter. Okay, so this is the piece of code for maybe whatever the piece of whatever the knowledge you gained so far in these classes, you can put them in function modules. You can try exploring all these options. Say if I told you if psi sub rc is not equal to 0, end if psi sub rc, nothing but the above statement, if it is failed or not, if I need to check that, I can use sub rc statement. I can see invalid underscore matnr, invalid material number is my exception. So here what I'm trying to do in my source code, if sub rc is not equal to 0, raise invalid matner as my exception. You understood this, right? For example, I kept a breakpoint here and I did this. For example, I gave TCS as the input. So here, what is the sub rc value now? Sub rc is 4 because TCS doesn't exist in MARA table. So that is why it says invalid exception. It says invalid exception, and it says there are no input, there are no output, IT underscore Mara, and it took these many microseconds. Okay, so now I need the same value. I want to give the same function model to all of my developers, all of my colleagues. So what I'm trying to do, I will try to put /n SE38 get from VBAK. Okay, instead of this, for example, here I have my piece of code, right? This function module will hamper the other changes from VBAK underscore FM as well. Say VBAK, and I want to copy this to underscore FM. Here at this place of piece of code, I will use my function module. What is my function module name? ZFM get materials. See here, I get matner, this one, and exceptions. These all should be enabled. So IV underscore matner is also one of my type. So what I'm trying to do, I want to do this parameters LV underscore matner type Mara hyphen matner. Why type Mara hyphen matner? Because IV underscore matner is of type Mara hyphen matner itself. So that is why. So hyphen Mara hyphen matner, and here I want to pass the input itself LV underscore matnr, and the exception here I cannot do inline declarations in the function module level. If I'm not wrong, LV underscore type. So that is why I'm trying not to give inline declarations here. Let me see the syntax check. any questions on this. I just try to call that function module in my report and I try to execute this. Okay. So after this end of selection, maybe you can put your loop statement and you can further process, because I can like LT underscore MA array into ls and into data ls underscore Mara, and you can do further processing because you have data in LT underscore Mara. Correct. So, but I'm trying to show the complete focus is on function module, so that's why I'm trying to do this. So if I put a function breakpoint here, and if I execute this, let's say I gave 32 as my input parameter for this function module. See here, if I'm doing F5, if I'm doing single step F5, processor will get inside this function module. If I'm doing F6, it will not go. It will go inside, but it will not show to you, and it will directly give you the output. For example, I'm going inside. Here my LV partner is 32 input, so I'm directly going inside. Oh, it went for a dump. So as you said, as I said, MA array is a transparent table, right? But not a data, not an internal table. So what I'm trying to do, /s11, there must be some table types for MA array or for anywhere, for any structure, for any data, for any internal table. So I'm trying to see here, Mara underscore tab, MA array underscore tab, and this one. This MA array underscore tab from DDIC level, we can also create. We can also create table type from DDIC level. So here, in this instance, this table type is MA array underscore tab, and this is of having a line type of Mara itself. Because Mara is an transparent table, not a table type. I cannot use it in my all the levels. So that is why I'm putting it in line type. On top of this Mara, I'm trying to create a table type. Even you can also create a table type with you can choose this table type of data type option, and once you give your name, desired name, you can see a table type option. You can create that there also. So Mara underscore tab. So we got a dump, right, which says IT underscore Mara is not an internal table. So that is why it's an issue. We didn't declare LT underscore MAKT, right? So I'm trying to hardly.
I think IT Mara. IT Mara, I think.
No. So that must be from the function group. This must be from function group, but function group is also activated. What is this error? I didn't declare this, right? This is in my function group. Somebody have tried this? Who is 42?
Hello?
Yeah, who is 42?
1 minute. Yeah, this is Purushottam.
Okay.
Actually, I was about to ask you that. Can I use that function group for creating new function model?
No. You can put your function models in your function group itself.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
So that is why. Can you comment them? Let me know if once it is done. You activate them. So here, let me see and check if it is going inside or not. Yeah, it went inside now. So now we are in this function, and this is my function module name, and this is my function group. Yeah. So select star from Mara. So here I am having Mara entries as 1. Yeah. So here, if you want to get inside any function module, you press F5. If you don't want to get inside, but you want to see the results, you can press F6. Okay, and F7 is nothing but return. You can directly return from this processing itself, and F8 is straight away execute that. So now I'm pressing F8. Any questions on this function module yet so far?
Yeah, I had a few questions. In regards to tables, so tables acts like an exporting parameter, right?
Tables not like exporting. Table behaves like an internal table.
Okay, so in this example you gave, what if we used export instead of tables?
Exporting will hold only one value.
Okay, and what if you want to send a table inside a function module?
Tables itself.
Oh.
Changing parameter, maybe in the exporting parameter, or else in the here. You can try with this table type and you can check this changing parameters, or else on exporting parameters. Currently, if you are giving Matner as a exporting parameter, it will hold only one value, right? Instead of the type, if you give table type, your parameter will hold many records. So like that, you can send your tables.
Through changing parameter.
Yeah, either you can do in changing or in exporting.
Okay.
So we have one special topic called as RFC, nothing but remote enabled function module, function call. You guys know what is function module? It's for modulation technique. It's a modulation technique which will we will put logical group of code in one place. Let's say get materials is one piece of logic, so I'll put it in one function module. Let's say I have display materials is one more function module. I put that function. I put that logic in the new other function module. So in this way, I can create as many function modules I need, and I can put them in one function group. So you guys can create your own respective function group itself. So what is RFC? As I told you, function modules remote enabled. So what is our system name now? Our system name is S4H, and we are in client 100. But in the real time, we will have a production system, a quality system, and a development system. So currently we are working in a development system because we are doing our development activities. In the same way, we will have quality. So this piece of code, our logics, our objects will be moved to a quality system where there will be no data. Currently, we are seeing some data in Mara and other tables, right? Because I asked admin to create some data, dummy data, so that will be helpful for my processing. But in quality, you need to create your own data, write proper data, and you have to do your quality checks with that data itself. So there will be some slight changes because of some configurations and all. In the quality system as well. So if I need to talk to another system, say let's say your client is Coca-Cola. They are having two systems. let's say one system is maintained for sales distribution and one system is used for HR. Okay, so I need some details from sales distribution so that details will be helpful for my HR system. You understood the local scenario, right? I need some details from sales distribution and I need them in HR for my further processing. So here two SAP systems should talk to each other. Then only I can move forward with my logic. Currently, we are working with only one SAP system. But our logic is, our scenario is, we need to talk to another SAP system so that I need that logic for my logic in current system. Okay, so for this we need to declare. So we are having something called remote enabled function modules. As I had told you, as I had shown you in couple of minutes back, a function module, I can double click here and I can directly go there. Attributes, processing type is of a regular function module or a remote enabled function module. Okay, if you select this remote enabled function module, nothing but this function module is a remote RFC enabled function module. Got it right? So we need to create, so since I told you these two systems should talk to each other, but there must be some relationship, right? Like whoever, we cannot talk to an unknown person. There must be some relationship, either some brother or sister or mom or dad. Such kind of relationship should also be maintained. But this relationship will be usually maintained by SAP Basis colleagues, not us, not developers. That relationship will be defined by SAP Basis itself. But since I am aware of how to create an RFC, I'm telling it to you. /n SM59. I think SM59, yes. SM59 is to create remote enabled function calls. So here we can ignore all these other types, because let's say this is to external layer, this is to ABAP system and all. We can ignore them. Usually we create with type 3 itself. So here I can use create option. Let's say zprof underscore RFC and of connection type 3. Okay. Here there must be some target host, IP address, gateway host. So what is that one? So if you click on system name and the properties, here there is something called application server instance number, right? So all these details like host number, you can give some host number here, some target host here, logon and security, password in that system, not here, not in this sales distribution system. You have to give password in the HR system. So because they need to communicate. So such kind of configurations can be done. So this is my RFC destination now. Okay, if I can show you one simple example, say let's say S4H is not working. This is not the one. S4H client 100. Give me a second. Want to go
59,
to
right?
Yeah, SM59.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we don't have configurations to others talking to another system. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show a basic already existing RFC connection. So here we give that that other system's SAP target host name and instance numbers and etc. and the logon security. Here you have something called remote logon and connection test. You click on connection test, everything is okay. Yeah, there are no errors. So anyway, this is also grid display. So that is good. So remote logon, I'm clicking on remote logon now. Okay. So it is opening a new screen now because the RFC destination is internally linked now. This RFC destination is not defined anywhere to other system. So that is why the RFC is to the system itself, the same system itself. So here, even if we make a programming changes, we will not see that many good changes because this is not connected to other system. But imagine you have connection, because imagine you have your RFC destination is working fine, yeah, and it is log. If you once you click on remote log on, here is S4H, right? Once you click on remote log on, that respective other system will appear here. So that is how you will check whether your RFC is working or not. Yeah. So for example, I am going to /n SE37. So not S37, yeah, SE37. And here attributes and remote enabled function module. That's all. This is nothing but simply a remote enabled function module now. But for remote enabled function modules, only parameters with pass by value are allowed. So there is some check here. So pass by value is this one. You have to check that. So what is pass by value is nothing but you are sending straight away the value directly to the other system. But what is pass by reference? There is something called pass by reference. If you are unchecking it, you are nothing but you are asking your SAP system that this parameter is a pass by reference. If you are unchecking it, so what is pass by reference? You know, right? Every variable will refer to a memory. So this memory, say A, is not same in another system. So we cannot rely on memory values while talking to other systems. So that is why we need to send using values itself. That is nothing but this checkbox should be checked out. Okay, so ZMM get materials is my function module from VBIK_FM. Here, destination. What is my destination name? This is my destination name. Correct. So that's all. So now if I execute here, after seeing the breakpoint, if the destination is working fine properly, again, if you will be able to go to another screen. Let's say I'm going to 32 and execute. Okay. So here, one more system variables is ID. S4H is my system name. SY MANDT is my client name. So here, if I go and get inside, see here it is loaded successfully. It's nothing but it worked. It worked. That's why you got such kind of refreshing screens. It worked, but still you are in S4H system because it is interconnected now. Yeah, all your RFC destinations will be saved in RFC table. Yes, please tell me. And yeah, before doing that, there is one screen here. So SAP R3, you are in this SAP R3 system. You need to talk to some CRM system. You need to talk to BW system. You need to talk to some SEM system. So all these connections will be established using RFC itself. Okay, yeah, just a second. Let me complete this. Yeah, I said this. So RFC advantage is nothing but you can start communicating with the other remote systems. Yeah, so here it is not possible to debug the remote enabled RFC function modules. You have to call that in the program, and you need to check like how we did so far. Yes, please tell me the question.
You said that when we're creating RFC, you mentioned like only we can pass the data, right? We can't get the data, correct?
We can get the data. I said pass by value and pass by reference. Okay. So I was passing some IV_matter, right, as an importing parameter.
Yes.
So that value, if you see, there is some checkbox there, like optional and pass by value. So pass by value should be checked, tick mark. Nothing but you are since you're talking to some other systems, you cannot. There is some other option called pass by reference. So every variable will hold some memory value, right? some internal
Yes.
1010, 1020, some kind of memory values, right? So, but the same
Yes.
memory variable won't be same in another system.
Okay.
It will be some other system. So it will create some inconsistencies. So that is why if you are enabling RFC, a function module, so we need to check that checkbox so that we are passing that values as pass by value itself.
Okay. And then here the example which is shown, like we just have get the some address and then we are passing some data into this function model, right?
You have to do that in SM59.
Okay.
That if you maybe you are not aware of the configuration details, if you could ask your business colleagues, not currently here, but in real time, so they will create a RFC destination for you. So any system,
They will
any
create. They will. Okay. They will create. They will give the details first.
Yes. They will straight away give you SM59 RFC destination name.
Okay.
You can use it in your function module.
Is that like suppose if I want to receive the data, now we are sending, right? If you want to receive the data, is also same or anything difference?
No, not sending. That function module do that again. Not in that system. That function module should do that.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have some little topic here, which is called as report job scheduling. Nothing but 1 second. Let me complete this, and we will take it in the end of the class. Please hold on. Please remember me all of your questions. So nothing but this is a report job scheduling. Say you are getting salaries on time on first of the day. On first of the day is the frequency of the period here on every month. Say morning 5 o'clock from your banks. So this nobody from your payroll team will go and log into the system and will execute some reports so that your salary will be credited. There will be background jobs. So that background jobs will be executed so that this HR team is talking to the bank person, let's say Citibank. So that Citibank will send a salary to your accounts. So this is how it will be. Nobody will log into the system in the midnight, late night, and will do that. So this is nothing but a job. Okay. So for example, there must be a scenario like every day, end of the day, I need to send an email with my status of one report. So that can also be, I will create a report. I will need to show that status, say yellow, green, red marks. So that one should be sent into an attachment of an email, and that should be sent to some of the person in the company. So these kind of things are there for job scheduling. So if I need to schedule a job, that can be done. So how do we do that? So this is my report. I'm executing this program. Execute and print, execute in background. So here it says immediate, date or time, after some job, and some after event and after operation mode. Here if I could say date and time, it says when do I need to schedule this job. So SAP system will take care of running this report automatically on this mentioned time of this EST system zone. Or else if I need to do immediate, I can straight away check this. So for this, whether my job is ran or not, there is one transaction called as SM37, if I'm not wrong. Job name, yeah, maybe this one itself. So let's see. So currently I put star mark and execute. No job matches the selection criteria is the output now. So I selected immediate and I did check. I did save. It says background job was scheduled for this program and an immediate way. Let's say I'm seeing this. Yes. So this report is scheduled automatically now. I didn't execute there. It is executed automatically. Let me, yeah. So it says the status, whether it's finished or not. Yes, it is finished. Who created this job? I created this job. On what date? This time and this date. This dated in this time. If there is any delay, automatically it will tell you why there is reason delay for the reason, because any system is down or else some issues or something like that. It will tell you the issue, reason for the delays itself. Let's say I created one spool. Yeah. So it says job log. Job is started, job is created, and job is finished. So this is some job overview. And we will also see something called step. Just a second, there must be some spool here. I don't know why it's not working. There must be some spool number here, maybe because of system configurations we are not getting that. There must be a number, some 1, 2, 3, 4 number, which we call it as spool number. So with that spool number, if you double click on the spool number, you will also see the output. Say, yeah, maybe because our report this VBA cans for FM is not having output. That is why I think I don't see the spool number. But you guys can do this activity, and you can check in SM37 whether you are able to see the spool number or not, and you can double click on that, and you can see the output of that. So this is how you can schedule a job.
Can you show the, how to schedule once again?
Yes.
I kind of missed.
You're aware of the screen, right? SM37.
Yes.
Yeah. So I will tell you about SC38. You execute this from program, execute in background. You tick mark, you do immediate, or else you give some date and time, and you save that. After saving this, you check in SM37 transaction.
Got it.
Yeah.
Can you please show it from SM36 also?
I will show it now. But anyway,
thank you.
Yeah, I was about to show that some other way. So this is how you start this. Let's say some z test underscore job name is my start condition. Is I'm having start condition and immediate. Yeah. Here in the job selection, I can give my program name here itself again. So earlier, what did I did? I went to SAP report and I scheduled it, right? So from SM36 also, a transaction called SM36 also, you can define a background job. This is my background job name, and some job in the job selection, you can give your program name and you can execute that. After executing here, again, you can go to SM37 itself and you can see your spool content. SM37 is for job selection and SM36 is for defining a background job. So this scheduling activity can also be done from a report. Okay, scheduling job activity can also be done in the background activity job underscore open, I guess. Yes. So here we have 3 function modules. Say 2 function modules. Say this is job open. Okay. Job open is of type. I need to give a job type, right? Because it is already enabled. So what I'm trying to do is job name type of this is of what type? Job name is of what type? I don't know. So that is why I want to see the type name of the job name. So what is the job name? TBTCO JB job underscore group. Correct. So what I'm trying to do, job name, type, group. I can call function models from pattern. I'm just saying it again. So I will use that job name here. Okay. I also need job count here. And let me check the property of job count. It is this job count. So I'm trying to do that also. Job count, type, and this one. So I'm trying to do importing parameter. So these are, I'm sending the job name and I'm getting the job count. Okay, value. What is my value? zprof underscore by b job. Say I said b job. So job name is here and I get a count out of it. And I'm enabling exceptions just to catch any errors. So I'm trying to put start date and start date name here itself. So similarly, the type of SY, and this is not fine. And I also have something called as job close, because any job should be closed, right? Job underscore close. Which job should I close? I should close the respective job name, the respective job count. It is closed. And let me also open the exceptions just to catch. So in between this, what do I need to schedule? I need to schedule one report, zprof underscore. So this is my report. I wanted to schedule it. So I am submitting this to this report. I'm submitting this report, this program, and I'm asking it to come back. Don't stay in that report. You come back and you close your job. Is what I'm trying to say programmatically. Okay. So here, let's say this. What is my job name now? zprof underscore b job. Correct. So here /n sm37 sm37. And I'm trying to see. Currently, there are no jobs. Let me see how it goes. The function module of type job name is incorrect. It is executed now. Let me see the output. So zprof underscore job. I have to schedule. It is scheduled now. It in some time it will be finished. So after that, you might see a spool number. So this is how you schedule it. Maybe you wait for some time and you try to. Is incomplete. Operation is not possible. There may be some inconsistencies, I guess, with the function module which I have with RFCs. But this is how you create your reports and you schedule that.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the term used to describe the process of one class acquiring the properties, methods, and attributes of another class? Option A, encapsulation. Option B, inheritance. Option C, polymorphism. Option D, abstraction. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to become a pro at SAP ABAP Basics, ABAP OO, Object Orientation? Our course is your ticket. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will master SAP ABAP. It's like a toolkit for managing stuff, from getting enough products to sending them where they belong. We cover everything, from basics to fancy tricks. Our experts know their stuff. Your teachers, pros who have been at this forever. They are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Our students love it. Folks like you found our course super useful. And the best part? It's easy on your wallet. This learning opportunity is super affordable. Ready to ace SAP ABAP Basics, ABAP OO, Object Orientation? Sign up now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.